Schalke, they decided to swap to red side just to try out a different strategy. Usually when you're preparing drafts, you prepare a draft for blue side, you prepare drafts for red side, and SK didn't feel that blue side was working for them, so they just last-ditch effort ran to red. Mad Lions like, no, we think it's execution, let's run it again.
Well, they have made a slight pivot by banning away the Nautilus. They're going to remove that from Mickey. As you mentioned, Frost, he has had a very good Nautilus performance so far this series. The set going to be taken off the board as well, means that Ash will be left available. And we'll see how this shifts the bans. It won't at all for G2 Esports, so Lilia, surely the first pick here for Mad Lions.
Ash, though, up and available, taking their time debating on this one. Ezreal up 2, of course, 80 carry champion pools we know can go deeper, but a lot of meta power picks still up and available. Lilia going to be locked in again, most likely into the hands of Shadow. Could still be a flex, but I got to say, I already like that Mad Lions have taken the Nautilus off the table, removing some of the point-and-click CC that could shut that Lilia down. Again,
I don't necessarily think it's just the Lilia, though. It's the fact that Mickey
say,
was just terrorizing them into the mid lane, constantly roaming up there. Nautilus just has so many tools to make his life such a pain, and this is a very different departure. Obviously,
this is a complete 180. This man is not leaving the lane anytime soon.
But now that, how does that change G2? Because Mickey was a big part of the blitzing that G2 were doing at Humanoid in that mid lane, and yeah, the game plan has still been to get a very strong mid-jungle duo for G2, but at least you're not also then bringing a support.
Wow, okay, so Ash plus Lulu plus Lilia. We're going full magical journey with Mad Lions in this composition.
Listen, let me tell you about Lulu Ash and how the fact that you never get away from that.
Yeah, and then there's a Lilia on top of it as well. Like, the movement speed, the utility, just from Lulu and Lilia in conjunction. Like, it's crazy. So we'll see how G2 respond. They're going to lock in the Shen. Of course, with the Yuumi locked in, you expect this to be in the top lane, so I imagine we're going to see a Gangplank ban. There it is, coming out from G2.
There's also a potential that you ban Kha'Zix here. Now, I'm not quite certain on the Lilia versus Kha'Zix matchup, but I will say that Yuumi and Shen plus a Kha'Zix probably going to be pretty terrifying.
That's fair, yeah.
A champion that can jump in right now when you have two backpack champions that can join them, I think is kind of the game plan.
Have to see what they want to opt for. For now, the Hecarim actually going to be taken away. G2 Esports not going to get the opportunity to play at Mad Lions. Of course, know the strength of that pick themselves. They've tried it before, mounting the kitty cat to the pony.
Yeah, champion that you can ride. Hecarim, Shen, and Yuumi can ride that.
It's true. That's very, very true. I'm really curious. Renekton ban. Wow, the Renekton ban going out from G2. Okay, so they're going to deny that one array from Arome. What's the final ban here from Mad Lions? The Kha'Zix, as you predicted for us. Good shot there. Now, what direction did G2 go? Obviously, they're going to save their mid lane pick for Caps, try and get him a counter, put him in the best position for success, especially with the series that he's having.
I think you can just go Sejuani here if you want and get the hard engage anyway, and then you can give Caps a champion that can dive into the back line.
Perhaps, yeah.
Maybe you go Nocturne? Okay,
Ooh.
so it's still a diving champion.
I mean, this comp is definitely a little bit different. When we talked about last game, G2's comp felt very easy to execute, very straightforward. You're already seeing a little bit more complexity here with G2's comp. It seems to me like that they have a lot of options near the game, but this mid lane pick is going to determine a lot.
Camille coming out, let's see the final pick for Mad Lions. Is going to be, they're going to run it back. Of course, even more tools, arguably, with the Lulu here to make sure that this combo really connects. Ash, the sustained damage they're looking for. But of course, Jankos on the Lee Sin, a big deal, taking it away from Shadow, who most likely was going to play the Lilia anyway. But now, Jankos, a man who's been having absolutely flawless early game performances, is now set up to do so again on the Lee Sin.
Here's the issue. If you go Aurelia again, you're missing a lot of magic damage, and I feel like that's why they're flashing between the Syndra and the Aurelia. Like, it would make sense because he wants to take the matchup again of the Aurelia and the Galio, but Syndra Lee Sin gets him the magic and physical damage profile that you need in mid-jungle, and it's also incredibly oppressive at level 6. Syndra Lee Sin, that duo still blitzing.
That's level 2. QE, okay, I'm good to go. Like, that's all you need with the Syndra Lee Sin combo. I think it can be very powerful, but again, the thing that G2 have to be careful of is Mad Lions level 1. They're going to look to invade once again. We see it time and time again with the Lilia, and we expect Mad Lions to play through the top side of the map. They're going to want to try and shut this Shen down by utilizing the Galio ultimate to make those roams happen and try and attack these side lanes.
And not just the level 1, but also in the mid lane, Caps has to be carried, because we saw how Wonder was picked off time and time again on the top side of the map. This time, he is the one with the target on his back, and it is time to see, can Mad Lions bring it back? Can they take us to a game 4, or will G2 complete the sweep? welcome. Humanoid has changed skins. This is the serious humanoid skin. This is the I ain't taking no crap from your caps in the mid lane skin. I don't know that. I'm just assuming.
This is the I survived that teleport.
That's what I noticed for some reason. Anyway, level 1, of course, something, Vedius, that you highlighted that could be very important.
I shall enhance the minimap for you.
Thank you. Expecting to see the Lilia contest these early Raptors. Of course, important to note that Sin level 1 is quite strong, so I can't imagine Lilia is going to feel super comfortable to run in there on her own. It looks like Shadow will back off.
This is why they put me in the middle of the TriCaster cage. It's so I don't get to touch the
the boop-de-boop. It's what I call the boop-de-boop. Kevin and I have agreed on the official stance.
Okay. I'll advance us. It's fine. Lilia, hard farming jungle. The thing is that she needs gank setup. So again, we talked about that in the last game. Galio has that gank setup potentially for Lilia, whereas Lee Sin, very heavy gank jungle. So the two different styles should be Shadow kind of quietly waiting for setup for his lanes. Otherwise, he's going to be power farming through his jungle, making use of the wave priority that Galio can get, and then playing towards that top side. Whereas G2 probably blitzing mid lane once again and trying to find early kills.
And in the brief break before level 2s come in and Humanoid potentially has to fear for his life, I gotta ask the people at home, Mad Lions, they want to find a game for, but who's gonna take him there? Who will carry Mad this game? It's a tough one to call. A lot of sources of damage, a lot of sources of playmaking, but you at home can do it. Reminder, you type any player's name you want and it'll contribute to the vote. Just remember that Shadow has a 0 and not an O. Don't let that stop you from voting for the Lilia. Vedius, you can go. We'll check in on the votes in a second.
So again, you can vote for any of the Mad Lions players. Which ones do you think will need to step up and who can carry? Because I think a lot of the responsibility falls on Arome once again. I feel like that he's in this position where he's on the Camille, and last game where he got a lot of resources. When it came to those team fights, he just didn't have the same impact that Wonder had, and I think that right now there is a bit of a top differential in terms of the outcome, so I think that a lot of responsibilities fall on his shoulders right now to help Mad Lions come back into this series.
I mean, I think the series has been a solo lane difference between these two teams. So I agree with you. It's not just Arome, it's also Humanoid. Now we've seen some bright flashes of these two from the previous series, but now they just need to make it count when their backs is against the wall.
They're out of chances. You're 2 games down against G2 Esports. This is where no one ever wants to be, and it's a bit divided in terms of who actually people expect to carry. It's not Humanoid at all. It appears to be mostly leaning towards Carzzy, and might shift away from Arome in a second if Jankos can find a successful gank here. He's used the hook shot, he's used the wall dive, he's committed now. He's probably going to have to flash here. Flashes to take him under tower, however. Jankos going to get that one for free.
But they're going to be happy with that, and that early flash means that G2 can look for another play up towards the top side of the map a little bit later on into the game. But very quickly to come back to this vote, I will say that Carzzy was very crucial in that last fight.
It's so
Kaiser has 24% chance to carry on a Lulu over the Camille.
Okay, I didn't notice the Kaiser. I saw the Carzzy 30%, and I was like, yeah, okay, we can talk a little bit about Carzzy from last game. They were like, no, the Lulu is the carry. I'm like, all right, chat, we'll listen in, okay?
They're like, this name's easy to spell.
Like, this is why we don't invite you onto the broadcast, okay? All right,
okay, chat.
Get rid of it. Kevin, get rid of this now. We don't want this anymore.
Take it down, Kevin. The votes were only growing. Now Humanoid, though, going in. He might need some votes of his own, because 1, 2, 3. Caps burning slowly but surely. The tick, not enough. First blood to turn back. The white flag and the Nico emo. You can't do that to him.
That is twice Shadow has missed crucial abilities in trying to dive Caps.
Pain.
TP now coming
So much
in.
pain.
Jankos maybe now in trouble. Humanoid wants to get this one down. They're going to have some follow-up CC. Jankos will get traded back.
Hit that one.
All right, nice. Okay, Humanoid needed that. That was, he really needed that one. You know, like you've had a bad day at the office and you find ice cream in the fridge and you're like, oh yeah, this is it.
Are you
needed
12?
that kill back. Hey, ice cream makes me feel good. Oh, this is a good trade for Wonder right now.
All right. Arome is going to walk the way out as a pull-up
Was he stuck in the minions?
He might have been. League of Legends is a great game like
Ah,
this.
yes, the game working as intended.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that one. But in any case, let's go back to that mid play. So, really clutch flash that came out from Caps to be able to avoid the taunt. But as you rightly said, Frost, like, Humanoid needed to land that. That was such a good
Shadow.
setup from... Wait, it wasn't Shadow. Humanoid missed the taunt, right?
Or, no, I think it was Shadow that missed the Q.
Unfortunately, we don't have a replay for this one.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing.
Yeah, so
I'm sure someone in chat.
Yeah, you guys are going to have to help us. Something was missed there. There was an execution error on Mad Lion's
Vote
part.
now in the chat.
Don't do that.
Is it Shadow or
List of 5 skills.
Don't
Who
do
messed
that.
it up? I'm kidding. There's no vote.
But the thing is that Caps got first blood and he didn't die. So the Syndra now sitting on double Doran terrain. This is also, by the way, one of Caps' best ever champions. He has an insane win rate on this Syndra. Do you have it for me?
Oh my god, it's going to take me 30 seconds to open me up.
But
the internet
Caps
is
has something
slow
like
today.
17 or 18 wins on this champion, and like the fact that he got that first blood is only going to make this lane matchup so much harder for Human.
Checking into game state, however, you can see that the Drake has been sorted by Mad Lions. They're using the priority that they got into the mid lane, as well as that bot lane in particular there. Meanwhile, Jankos has decided to full piggyback behind Wonder, who had a freeze on his side of the lane. Now the wave has slowly grown and is slowly rotating back towards Arome. So Jankos is also here just to protect Wonder, so he can crash this wave and get a reset.
Notice the Humanoid's even moving up because he's like, they might dive Arome here. With that huge wave stacking up, there was a real risk that G2 is going to put him unbelievably far behind. But fortunately for Arome, nothing is going to come of that. Humanoid.
Taunt coming out will connect to the Caps fall because they make Caps sleepy now, but the Shen ultimate is now coming in. They want to turn this one back. Shadow taking a lot of damage in response. Caps burning his ult though just to keep himself alive in that exchange. Will have to walk away.
So I like the repeat gank from Mad Lions. This time around they couldn't get the kill because the ultimate from Wonder did come through. They're going to burn that one, but Wonder's also not going to lose a huge amount because of where the wave state is. And now Wonder's going to help Caps push in mid as his wave is being pushed in his favor back towards topside. So this early game, I think going pretty good for G2. It's Perks.
Polymorph has to flash out to safety. Jankos is here in the nick of time. One more time, and this time he hits Kaiser. Flashing in, going to find the slow. Will they get anything else? Mickey now mounted to the blind bunk. He's his eyes. See for him, Mickey. Kaiser will get taken. No! You can't kill him! This is why the chat voted for him. Kaiser's still alive, and now the rest of the team has to run. There's no ultimate available for Shadow, but he's prancing in. He wants to finish this one. A little bit more damage. Ticking, 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 but just enough health for Perks to make it out.
Beautiful play there from the Mad Lions bot lane. They were definitely the ones that needed to clutch up in this situation. They were able to punish Jankos once again. This early game Lee Sin not working out for G2.
Yeah, and the thing is that this Ashe and this Lulu will scale exceptionally well. And you have to have kill pressure onto the Ashe, kind of like Ezreal, where if the composition can't dive in and deny her, her scaling is actually quite powerful. And if Jankos isn't popping up and doesn't actually have kill pressure, then you're entirely reliant on Caps. And Ashe is one of the safer champions against Syndra because of her long range.
It's true. So Mad, feeling pretty comfortable, even though some of these early game shenanigans have not looked great for Mad Lions. The fact that Arome is falling behind, the fact that Caps gets his first blood. Bot lane has been doing exceptionally well in 2 versus 2. Lulu, at the beginning of the split, was considered a very strong answer into things like the Yuumi, and it's cool to see it come back in Kaiser's hands.
Also a great answer into Syndra. Like, how is he going to burst anyone when you have the
Yeah,
wild growth?
Such a great point.
And you have to remember, in a meta full of melee supports, it was G2 last spring in the playoffs who brought the Lulu back, paired it with the Kog'Maw, showed the power that this champion can have. Now paired with an Ashe, as you mentioned before, Frostburn, this champion's impossible to get away from. And once she gets a lead in this lane, you know, Perks is just going to be out of options in terms of sitting here comfortably ever. The Yumi's going to have to use all that movement speed just to ferry him out to safety. It's going to be very, very difficult.
All right, chat. So you were right with the first Kaiser play. I'll give you that one.
Fun
We'll
fact,
see.
the chat voted Kaiser so hard after we took the graphic down, he got up to 70%. So maybe they knew all along, and we should continue to ask them. Maybe we should invite them to cast.
All right, we'll see. We'll see as the game progresses. It's a long time, chat. You haven't earned my trust just yet. Shadow right now looking for a dive. Humanoid has the ultimate. Arome no TP, but they don't really need it because at the very least, Kazi's getting more plays.
And it's just constantly Mad Lions cheating down River with Humanoid and Shadow and allowing Karzi and Kaiser to take advantage of that pressure and the earlier, faster rotations that Mad's mid-jungle can make to continue to eke these plates away. So very well done playing a mapped game for Mad Lions.
Very solid. And as we talked about in the second game, it felt like individuals stepping up as well, and we're continuing to see, outside of some hiccups in the early game, Kaiser continued to step up. So Mad Lions on the trajectory to find their first game win here in a series that will decide one team that is going to Worlds. Do not want to fall down to that lower bracket, or you could become the next meme to die at the hands of the Schalke Miracle Run. You could also beat them, but fans probably will not be in your favor.
See Jankos moving into the fog of war, looking for a play. No flash on Kazi, but Kaiser just hit level 6.
He does have arrow.
Coming in. Now the ultimate coming out as well. Ezreal ult, of course, going to mitigate the stun. Now knockup coming in 2. Shadow warming over the wall. He's going to find 3, and he's immediately going to go for the sweep here. The follow-up. That's a drowsy Perks. Perks now immediately cleansing, trying to make it on safety, but there's no time. Shen now coming in. Watch out. Eve will connect, but not enough damage quite. Perks is going to get ticked down in the end. Kaiser actually going to snipe the kill. Shadow now running forward. They don't have recourse here. Team now coming down. Humanoid just going to use his ult to escape from Caps in the meantime, and Mad Lions are dominating again here in this early game.
I'm going to say it. Twitch chat was right. Kaiser played that so ridiculously well to allow Mad Lions to turn that around, holding the wild growth until Lee Sin had procced the Q to come in and get the knock up there, also hitting amazing fadeaway Qs to pick up the kill when Shadow flashed away. That was beautiful cooldown management from Kaiser.
Let's also appreciate that Jankos was only level 6 in that play. Shadow's level 9. He has been farming like a monster in this game. Look, he's almost matched Ashe in terms of farm, and he's setting himself up to be a huge carry in this game. And it's going to prove a big part as we look back at this replay. So the moment the ultimate comes through, Jankos comes from the bushes, and then a great ultimate comes out from Kazi. The ultimate then pops from Kaiser, and then a level 8 Shadow gets knocked back. But the damage from this champion can just keep the chase going down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Caps and Humanoid are going at it. Caps are trying to stop Humanoid from...
I think Humanoid was stopping Caps.
And then the stun comes through, but with the stun gone, then Humanoid has nothing that he has to be afraid of, so he can then ult towards his teammate and get out to safety, even burning Caps' flash there. So extremely well played from Mad Lions squad. They're going to get themselves more kills, they're going to get more plates. And if we can quickly swap over to the gold, we should see that Kazi right now sitting in a 1k gold advantage in the jungle as well. Mad Lions looking much more convincing in this early game, in game 3.
And obviously Shadow is incredibly strong right now, but Kazi and Kaiser are basically unstoppable in any skirmish where they are evenly matched 2v2, 3v3, whatever, because they have Ardent Sensor plus Blade of the Rune King. They were already inescapable, and now they have so much damage to back themselves up. This is incredibly oppressive from the side of Mad Lions.
Damn it, Dracos, why do you gotta steal my points? I was like, the Ardent Sensor, the book! Ashe is so powerful right now! And they're just gonna move her around. Throwing arrows from Fog of War as well.
Wow.
Mad Lions are in the power position, the driver's seat. They should have control wherever they want this little Ashe to be.
They even TP'd Ashe bot to get her even more plates. Yanko's going for another play.
Oh, the flash.
He flashed out, but the king back into the wall. Now they're still going to be able to find the snare. Orome's here, but there's no Lulu to protect the Ashe this time around. However, Humanoid now moving in. Jankos will get taken out. Humanoid has to run for the hills. Kaiser now there for the backup. The stun will not connect. Seed coming down to the bottom lane, but will not hit either.
So the flash was good, the arrow was not. I think it was just a slight mechanical mistake where he threw the arrow after the flash, and so that's why it didn't connect to the target. But if he flashes Thin Crow's arrow, and that connects, I think that's a completely different situation there for Kazi.
Yeah, that's true. Also, Shadow update, level 10. This guy, yeah, has the, not the most farm in the game, but the most farm on his team.
Oh no, here we go.
He wins this 1v1, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, he's missed one ability.
He has to hit a few abilities here. Well, one, where's the watch out? Eve gonna go? He's gonna wait until he's sleepy. Dunks him down, that's fat damage. Sweep him up. Just like a speedy horse Darius, running through your 80 carry.
I was just gonna break down Lily. I thought we were gonna take a look at this one. Again, I think the issue was that he threw the arrow after the flash. Because it's flash. Yeah. Oh, that was so close.
How did that not hit?
Because he flashed over the arrow, I guess? Because he flashed past the starting point?
Listen, League of Legends working as intended.
Yeah, so...
I take it back, Kazi. That was sick.
Yeah, Kazi actually nailed that. Really well done there. Alright, well, Mad Lions are smurfing on G2 in this early game. 3k gold lead right now. They have advantages in the jungle, they have advantages in bot, and right now you're kind of looking at G2 solo laners, and it's very much like, okay, can Caps and Wonder do it again? Because while Wonder has been doing very well in lane, I don't know if Shen is going to have the same carry potential that Nico had in the last game. Meanwhile, Kazi and Kaiser are just set up for success.
Absolutely, and when we look at Caps, the man who has, I think, over the course of the series, had one of the strongest, if not the strongest performance coming in from G2. He no longer has a champion full of dashes, like the Aurelia, like the LeBlanc. Syndra, very easy to understand what she can do. Of course, there's a high skill ceiling on the champ, but not nearly the amount of mobility to outplay, to outmaneuver the opposing team. So if he ever gets caught, there's no fancy footwork this time around. He will just go down.
Mad Lions also taking this opportunity to pick up the Cloud Drake, looking for their Drake stack run. The next one will be spawning in 5 minutes, and that will time nicely with a lot of their item break points. So in full control of this game, and G2 need to kind of figure out where they want to attack. I would expect it would be around Syndra. Jankos has tried to really force bot lane, and I think we need to switch up some tactics and get aboard the Caps train if you're a G2 fan.
Problem is, I think it's a little too late for them because the Galio now level 11, even if you put him behind, he's at a point where he does his job, right? Like, even if he's like 1 or 2 levels behind Caps, his purpose in fights is to be obnoxious, soak up damage, and ult for Kazi, or dive alongside a roaming. I think the G2 need to be trying to find picks onto Kazi if they can, but again, that's going to be difficult because Kaiser's going to stick to him like nothing else. So I'm kind of in the same boat as you, Frost. I'm like, I don't know what options G2 really have at this point in the game outside of finding a good pick. And by the way, Shadow level 11. Like, the guy is just, he's also a huge threat that you also have to be very cautious of because of how well the champion will scale into the rest of the game.
Very difficult to deal with. Of course, one thing I want to put attention to again is Carzzy. Ashe is a champion that we know internationally has been so good, but here in Europe, it sucks. Like Zoe in past weeks, EU Ashe has only found 1 win. We'll hold that thought though. It's engaged now coming in. Jankos trying to find a pick onto Orome. Lots of damage going down, and G2 will find a kill back to the game.
However, on the Shin. Now back to your Ashe point.
Yeah, so Ashe right now in EU, folks, 1 win, 9 losses. And at this point, just pretty abysmal performances. But every time I want to talk about it, it gets interrupted. We're going to hold that thought. Carzzy, not quite enough burst damage to get him down. Caps trying to finish the job, and will be able to do so. But a sleepy Caps will get dropped. And there it is. Never mind. You know what? We'll talk about EU Ashe later. My point was, if Mad Lions can play Ashe, if they win a game with Ashe, it changes the draft a lot, because for the most part, I don't think EU teams had to care. Outside of Neon, no other AD carry has actually won on this champion, and it was not really as present in our meta overall.
Don't worry, Drake, because we're going to need that superpower in a little bit. So you just get ready for the Ashe graphic, because when I want a fight to start, I want you to cue it, okay? But overall,
I'll say that was my fault.
Yeah. Let's have a look back at what happened in this mid lane play. So Carzzy applies the stall on the Caps. He's trying to get some control back into mid. Meanwhile, Shadow and Mad are looking to set up the pinch. Oh, he flashes out, still gets hit by the ultimate. Because of how close range it is, the stun does not apply for that long. The burst comes down onto the Ashe, but then the stun comes through from him as well, which is what gives him enough damage to actually get that kill onto the Ashe, making it a one for one.
That was like the Nautilus hook of Ashe arrows.
Yeah.
But to be fair, after that one in the bot lane, Carzzy earned one. Like that was mad questionable. The Wonder perfectly flashed through the hitbox.
Carzzy, good damage coming out from his Ashe right there.
Getting closer and closer to the Rune Hands as well will further improve that wave clear. And already it looks like Shadow starting up the second Herald. And we'll be able to clear that one out on his own. So the goal lead should continue to extend for Mad Lions. 2 Dragons as well, and we're working towards Ocean Soul. Mountain Soul was important last game, but Ocean Soul is game defining. Mad can secure it themselves.
Now, if we've slowly been watching Mad Lions kind of ramp up more and more control as the series has progressed, surely this game they have the most control as that Ashe arrow connects.
Follow though, difficult without the Camille there to instantly jump on that one, especially if the wall is there to block Camille pursuing. Janko's going to get sped up. Mad's still hunting as they lay vision down on the top side. The Herald now used mid, of course, no plates. Not nearly as important as the first Herald.
But opening up that mid tower, especially when the Ocean Drake is about to spawn in 1 minute, is kind of the big prize for Mad. And the thing about G2's composition is they're not going to be very powerful when this Drake fight is going to come about. It's really only Syndra that is powerful.
They're holding on to mid lane tower for now. They're still trying to force the engage here. So much damage traded back onto Perks, however. Oh my god, Lily is so strong. Level 12 now for Shadow. Wonder now TPing in. Jankos has him on the back. Shen in the midst of the entire team, but Humanoid stunned up so many. Lulu Wall coming out as well just to stop the fight from going in. Wonder how the Jankos burning Splash for that as well.
Yeah, trying to burn a Splash to position Wonder better, but again, Drake fight is in 40 seconds. You now are missing massive key ultimates. This is Mad Lions being set up ahead of time for the Drake Soul, and meanwhile, Orome got all that free experience, all of the free tower. I think that was a huge wash for G2.
Yeah, I think that Mad pretty much had full control over the map there, and anything that G2 did, they were going to lose something for it. So good setup coming out from Mad. I think they also just stole the red buff. They can now reset, set up for Drake. They will be a little late on their setup, but it doesn't matter because G2 is also delayed thanks to having to catch all these waves, and Humanoid is going to push out bot as well. So Mad perfectly set up for success right now, and it looks like G2 aren't even going to contest this, given that Perks is still sitting in top lane. He has no flash. Sorry, he has no teleport, and yeah, I just don't think that G2's in a position to win this.
Also, there's no ult on Mickey, there's no ult on Jankos, there will be no ult on Wonder for the fight to come, so they just don't really have any tools to kick this fight off, whereas on the opposite side for Mad, Arome wasn't there, so he still has the Hextech ult. You still have Galio with his ultimate as well to get things started, so Jankos checking just a little bit greedy. Shadow's ult not quite up yet, but still the Camille will be more than enough to lock down the Lee Sin and take him out. A bit cheeky to check it at all, but Mad Lion's gonna punish.
I think greed is the right word there. Dracos, Jankos not having the best game, as he has been repeatedly punished for pretty much every play that he has tried to make, and right there once again. Now with Baron up, Mad could just go straight for it if they wanted to. With the enemy jungler dead, there's a real possibility they can force this, but it looks like they're not going to take that gamble.
They're against Syndra, let's be honest. EU teams approaching Baron.
That's a great point for us.
I just don't think that they need it right now to even close out the game, especially as they're now setting up a dive on Wonder.
Ash's back trying to buy a bit of time with Spirit's Refuge. The taunt is there, now the ult will be from the Lilia as well, so easy kill pickup. Ezreal now coming in. Doesn't look like it's going to snipe anybody here. Back away in the end, but just flawless picks coming in left and right from Mad Lions, this Camille Galio duo.
Yeah, and the only trade that G2 got for that was Perkz slowly pushing the top tower down. He burned his ultimate there, he pushed through 3 waves, he eventually got the top tower down, but G2 kind of running face first into Mad Lions, giving them the setup for Soul Point, and then giving them those 2 kills and the tower on top of it. Big yikes.
And now we're at a point where we've been talking about Shadow all game, but I'm going to do it one more time because this man, in the past, it was just Shadow Lee Sin we were getting hyped for, but this game we can be excited about the Shadow Lilia because 5-0-2 on his way to Azania's the highest level in the game, almost 14 now as he starts to cruise the game a little faster. He's so fast, he does so much damage. If you ever catch him, he Qs you, Zanya's, or ults you, then Zanya's comes out, you're asleep, turns around and one-shots you.
It's the highest level in the game right now, level 14. Wow, Shadow is insanely strong.
How much we want to take bets though if G2 loses game, we'll leave advantage.
Yeah, I think that you might have to put that in mind that the loser does get side selections.
G2 are absolutely going to blue side.
Back to blue side and make that pick a little bit more contested. But we'll have to see. G2 not quite out just yet. Mad in a convincing position. The Ashe is strong, but so is Perkz. He's been sitting off in a side lane. He's ahead in farm. He's got his Aura mana fully stacked, ready to go. Caps is working towards that death cap. You can see more itemization starting to come through. One of the biggest problem for G2 right now is that Jankos is not a champion. He's going to offer very little in these fights. And we'll see how, if at all, G2 are going to be able to navigate around.
But it's also situations like that where G2 are also losing a lot. They're using Wonder as bait, and they allow him to pick up the entire wave. And you just said that Caps is that close to death cap. Obviously, funneling the wave into him, maybe you get that much closer to it. Maybe you actually get that item breakpoint. But it's G2 that are falling over themselves, trying to force or find plays, and Mad Lion's just playing a really great defensive game, you know, not giving them any sort of opportunity, and it's small things, but those small things are starting to really add up in favor for Mad.
There it goes, once again, a Seed running down mid lane trying to snipe. And this is the other big thing about Mad Lion's composition is because they're in such a dominant position, things like the Ashe arrow, as well as that Seed coming in from Lilia, when she has ult available, just mean free kills. So as we may see here, well, they're gonna get the cleanse for now, but that cleanse no longer available, the arrow comes to follow. Next time, Perkz is just dead.
There's a lot of really strong pick potential on Mad's composition, and I love how they've been using the Ashe arrow, like, very proactive with the champion, and I think that's one of the biggest things we don't see from many EU Ashe players, is Wonder going for the 1v1. He's definitely winning this skirmish against Humanoid, but look at Ashe on the way down.
He's coming in as well, wanting to shut down the Shen, moving to the global. Wonder is going to be taunted up. Arome here as well. Wonder going to try to dash back and try to bring it in. Spirit's Refuge, not enough, and Karzi will find the kill. Once again, Ezreal ult coming in too little, too late.
How I missed it.
The continued march now with the minions behind them if they want to start to chip away at this tower, and just zero response from G2.
Just have to play again, Mad Lions. We wondered if this was, game 2 was the game that broke them, because it was so clearly in their hands. And G2 was outplaying them in a few fights and turn it back, but no, Mad Lions showing us, reminding us that they're the team that took G2 to 5 games, and they're the team that beat G2. It's just Mad Lions and FPX who have been able to do that. Now, they're trying to do it one more time. Perk's going to be in trouble here, not nearly enough health to survive, trying to stun, trying to run, trying to get out of this exchange, and he will just barely survive. Turning back.
Wow, so close there. Oh, and the TP now coming through from G2.
So many low health bars, too. They'll be moving in here pretty quick. Going over the wall, trying to chase. Wonder can try to find this one. Lee Sin coming in as well.
Ezreal ultimate.
Oh, Arome, good Good sidestep there, but G2 not going to be able to find anything else.
So the biggest thing about this play, though, is it actually gives G2 control over the Drake. So
there's enough time for Mad Lions to reset,
that's the other thing. So while Mad have been shoved away from this Drake for the time being, they have the opportunity to go back to base. We can see TP available on Kazi. He's already making his way back. They've spent a lot of their gold, and they're in a position right now to actually challenge. And it looks like that G2 is either looking for a pick, or they're actually just looking or forcing Mad to actually walk into them.
Yeah, and one of the other issues that G2 are also facing with is the wave issue. You can see Arome probably going to hit that wave, get it to push in, and G2's mid lane tower is also very weak.
G2, though, starting this one up, pulling it out of the pit. Mad Lions trying to figure out exactly how best to play the fight. Shadow level 15, incredibly strong. Almost 3 points in the ultimate, and now Humanoid off to the flank. They knew the blast code was there. Do they know Humanoid is coming? Perk's now caught out. Perk's in trouble. The chain CC is flawless. Carzzy flashing in fearlessly, running down G2. They don't have enough damage to heal. He's healing off the dragon in the meantime. Oh my god, Carzzy absolutely dominating that fight. Beautiful from Mad Lions.
So well executed. That's going to be the Ocean Soul for Mad Lions. That's surely going to be the Baron. And now full control. G2 may have clawed back the game in game number 2, but I don't think there's a chance in hell they claw back game number 3. We finally have a series.
Mad Lions, that was clean. Love the execution off the back of that, and they're going to very quickly convert it into a Baron as well. Mad Lions showcasing that they can go toe-to-toe with G2, and it all comes back off a great early game, which they've snowballed beautifully. So have a look at Humanoid as he looks to move around behind the team. He's setting up for the flank, and the ultimate taunt that will spell G2's demise. So Perks gets caught out, he gets knocked up, he gets knocked down, CC after CC.
Look at that taunt.
5-man taunt. The only reason it's not onto Yuumi, because Yumi's inside Perks, and then Kazi just goes in on the offensive, flashes in, does almost dies to the Drake, but gets the heal. And then they're able to clean up the rest of G2. G2 effectively gets stuck inside a pit with Mad attacking them from every angle.
Humanoid's throwing the book at Perks. He's got his own Magi's now.
I was just about to say, I thought that was a Caps move. No one else is actually allowed to do that. I thought that was in the rules, but Humanoid at 19 stacks is going crazy.
Well, chat, 273 damage. Nice carry, by the way. Great voting in that one.
Wow.
I hope they flamed it.
Of course, only a bit of bands, chat. I love you. I love you. Please don't
Flame because he earned it.
The coward, the fear. Okay, at this point in the game state, we've already talked about it. Mad Lions, full control. They siege exceptionally well. They're very powerful in these individual lanes. Shadow is an absolute monster.
So fast.
Kill them all.
He's so fast.
Oh, he's gonna land on him.
Burn combined with the Leandries is just disgusting. And then meanwhile, Mad Lions are just pushing in. Everyone now going to use their ultimates together. Kicked out though. Perks can now run to safety. Shadow not going to push in quite yet. Lee Sin will drop, and the rest of G2 will survive for now.
Beautifully played by Mad Lions. Shadow, the split pusher, level 16. He's had a fantastic game. Really impressed with this level of performance. Really showcasing what the champion can do. And what happens when Jankos does fall behind? It's dangerous picking Lee Sin into Shadow. He is the best Lee Sin in our region after all. And now Mad Lions have their eyes set on the Nexus. They want to get themselves a game on the boards. They want to match G2 in this best of 5. Looking for it, but it's pretty good. 1 lane left, 1 inhibitor left. G2 gets Storm.
Instead of bringing us to game 4, not taking any risks this time around, not pushing too far, want to take it slow and steady. All 3 inhibitors.
You say that, but as soon as that tower goes down, I think Arome is just gonna pull the trigger.
They could. Perks not going to find the ultimate there. They're starting to step forward just a little bit here, but have to be careful. Shadow level 16 now with the ultimate. That's a 3-second sleep. Significant amount of bonus damage. Could wake someone up from it as well. Humanoid now going in, trying to fish forward. The taunt going to be massive, but he has been pushed back. Now all on his lonesome, Arome jumps forward. They're trying to disengage. G2 trying to hold on, but Shadow finds so many people with that ultimate. That's going to be 4. Should be an easy follow-up now. Shadow, of course, obviously very squishy, but still holding on to life for now, and that's going to do it. Mad Lions turning the series back. Not going to falter after a rough game 2. They will bring it home here in game 3. They will take us into game 4. They will make it a series as they find their first win versus G2.
And we had a lot of questions about the endurance from Mad Lions. Yes, the last time that they beat G2, it did go for all 5 games, but the way that they lost game 2 was so devastating. So to come back in, to run back the same composition, not be too quick to start changing things up and to say this was about execution and then to out-execute in Game 3 to keep their series alive, very impressive.
So I think there were two key things in this game that I think Mad Lions have to bear in mind throughout the rest of this series. Number one, if you get a winning bot matchup, this is how they beat them last time during the regular season. You attack bot lane, you put Perks and Mickey behind, and you're in a great position to success. The other one is the jungle matchup, Shadow versus Jankos. We talked about it in our very first game of the day, and Jankos got the better of Shadow, but as the series is progressing, it feels like Shadow is ramping up. He's getting more into the groove of things, and we're seeing what he's capable of, especially on this Lilia. So I think that if they can put Jankos behind, and if they can attack that bot lane, that is the way for Mad to take down G2.
Because I also think that it inhibits caps, because if you can keep Mickey locked down, which Mickey kind of did it on his own by picking Yuumi, then he's not roaming, Jankos isn't having the same impact in the mid lane, and then Humanoid is actually just attacking the map far better alongside his team. So I think the blueprint has now been set out for Mad. We need to reset our expectations on this series because Mad have figured out this is how we break them.
Absolutely have to see how this one works out. What will G2 change? What will Mad change as we move into Game 4? Mad Lions stayed alive in the series and have their eyes set on the reverse sweep. The summer playoffs continue after this.
To get out of here, and Torre is left all on his lonesome with an incredible quickness into the knockback. Goodbye, Excel. Patrick gets taken out by Reckless. It's a triple for him.
You're fighting through like what goes well, what goes right, and it's all a matter of finding, okay, this is our recipe for success and expanding from there.
Remember, the Emperor's Divide is going to do so much work. Shadow's already gone. There's two as Kaiser falls, and Finn is still stepping into Kazi. Flashes off towards the back. Vander able to survive. There comes the damage. Kazi, goodbye.
I really don't care what other people think about us. We're not Mad Lions, we're not G2, we're Rogue, right? We play our game. I just want to win, and that's all.
We're the Mad Lions and we're coming for the top. You're an old has-been, why don't you stop? We're original, we're visible, a goddamn miracle. You're cynical, you're pitiful, your play is criminal. You belong in an institution, or at least a fine for caps boosting. Cause Perkovic, he ain't doing shit. Even Mickey was better with a broken wrist.
Right.
Hello and welcome back to the LEC. We're getting ready to get into game 4 of G2 versus Mad Lions. G2 now on the blue side. Big questions as to what's going to happen here in picks and bans. I'm thrilled. I'm so glad we didn't just get another 3-0. Yes, 4 games, maybe 5 games, or perhaps a G2 3-1. Of course, a world spot is on the line.
Yeah, I really like the points that Cadril brought up in this idea that Mad Lions seem to have figured out the strategy that G2 were throwing at them, especially through blitzing through mid-jungle and then limiting Mickey's champion pool, making sure that Shadow is getting that better matchup, and it now seems to have stabilized. Now, the question is, can you beat G2 again on blue side to get another opportunity to take them down, or do G2 have more strategies outside of just the cap show trying to abuse Humanoid?
Here's the thing. We talked about Jankos. That was his 101st playoff game, 102nd, something like that.
102nd. Yeah, that was 102nd.
He's played a lot. Let's turn down the mechanical intensity. More set.
Let's look at the successful picks so far.
Because I'm
Set,
yeah,
Sejuani.
yeah, you know, like champions that don't require. I'm just saying, he's getting on a bit, right?
We all know he's not playing Lee Sin again.
We banter, but Jankos really did have a rough game in game 3. And hopefully he can turn things up moving into game 4, because G2 are going to need it. If he cannot impact the map as he has done in games 1 and 2, then G2 are going to struggle, especially with Shadow only getting better as the series has progressed.
How BM do you think it is because I assume Lily is going to be banned by Mad Lions on red side, so we shouldn't see a Lily a priority pick, which means that Kalista is kind of the other big champion that G2 want. How BM is it if Shadow gets hold of Lee Sin and just absolutely destroys Jankos on the champion?
I mean, it could happen. It could happen. We'll just have to wait and see as... Ooh, G2 gonna ban out the Ezreal. Okay.
And frankly, I like to see it. Do not love the G2 bot lane not having a lot of reliable engage tools. Yuumi ult is not enough for me, so would not mind seeing the Senna again, especially now that the Kalista has been banned alongside the Caitlyn.
I return stronger than I left.
I'm wondering if... Oh, G2, they don't want to play the Lilia themselves. That is fascinating. So I guess that their priority is instead going to be the Senna. Surely.
Lux is... Oh, never mind.
No.
So Ashe is also up and available, but Senna, of course, has been the more successful pick for G2 so far this season, for almost every team, actually.
I think that G2's goal should always be to get perks on a champion that is comfortable on, and that he can have agency over. And I think that Senna, he's already showcased this series, his positioning has been fantastic. He had a great Senna game in game 2, and you can see that by banning away the Lilia, they said, yeah, okay, it's fine. We would rather put perks on Senna and just prioritize that rather than get ourselves the Lilia.
And that means that the Ashe is kind of the other big champion that goes through. Hecarim has also slipped through the bans. We've seen a lot of attention onto that. So, you know, Shadow doesn't necessarily have to go towards the Lee Sin if he doesn't want it, even though Lily has been pinched. There's the set that has also fallen to the ban, so Jankos immediately grabs that. When we had Jankos on Euphoria, he talked about how putting a jungler on a tank when a lot of top laners were kind of struggling to find engage tools that were working shores up a lot of the team fight tools that you need. And so Jankos taking that responsibility usually as the set and being like, I will start the fights, I will have the agency to be the team player.
And obviously a huge performance from Jankos in game 1. Mickey X limited to Braum this time around, so not quite the same amount of aggressive playmaking. And now we have the Shen. We now know also that it's not just a blind pick for Arome, but in this case it will be, because the Thresh is already locked in. So G2 will have some options here. See if Mad Lions will once again ban the Camille and Mordekaiser, or if maybe the GP hits the bench this time around.
Well, your question has been answered, Dracos. No free scaling lane here.
I think the thing that surprises me is that Thresh is currently sitting in Mad Lions' draft. They have Ashe Thresh bot lane. That is so strong. And G2 responding with Braum is not what I expected. Because I think right now, in terms of their engage, it's actually quite weak. And their 2v2 bot lane is also not great. And something that we talked about at the end of last game was that I think one of the formulas for success is having a winning 2v2 bot lane for Mad Lions. So I think that Mad Lions are sitting very comfortably right now. They have the Shen that can also play through bots. They have the Ashe arrow as well. Like, this is already looking like a very bot-centric comp for Mad Lions. And what we've seen is that when you set your bot lane up for success, that is how you take down G2.
Absolutely is, and very surprised that we have not seen a Bard yet this game, and the Thresh was only banned in game 1 and has not seen any attention until now in game 4. But with the Braum already picked, bot lane's decided, as you said. We have to see how G2 wants to support their bot lane. What picks will come through for the mid and top lane.
I like the fact that G2 immediately started pinching champions that dive deep and have a lot of mobility. Champions that work really well with Thresh are things like that Lee Sin, because you can go in, you can throw the lantern, and then immediately pull him back to safety. Same thing kind of works for the Akali there. It's kind of one of those fun combinations. There's Sakura.
Yeah, I mean, surely we're going to see either a Azir again from Mad Lions, or we're going to see a Galio once more. Because, like, Mad Lions already have more than enough damage. They've got Ashe, they've got Hecarim, they're good, as long as the Hecarim doesn't fall behind. So, like, just chuck a Galio in there, you offer more heal, you offer more dive, you've got everything.
And that's why you see the Zoe coming out to try to dissuade an Azir. I agree with you, Vedius. It feels like that seems to be what G2 think Mad Lions is going to be doing.
Perks Zoe, or rather not Perks Zoe, but Caps Zoe. I'm sure Perks Zoe is good too. But Caps Zoe coming in here, obviously one of his big champions. Only he and Avidage have really found any success on the champion so far this season. So we'll get the opportunity to pull it out once again, as it looks like we're going to have double AP solo laners from G2 Esports, trying to mix up their damage profile a little bit. Have to see if they can find as much success as they did in Game 2, where they managed to turn it around with the power of this Nico in the mid to late game.
I think that's a bit dangerous from G2. It's pretty easy to itemize against them, and they frankly really need to outplay here. With Humanoid then grabbing the Twisted Fate, you can already see kind of the global pressure that Mad Lions composition can throw out. Ashe, Twisted Fate, Shen, the mobility of Hecarim. It's a very disgusting composition. Frankly, I feel like just looking at draft, we might be looking at a potential Game 5.
I really like Mad Lions comp. I think it's super strong. I think one of the biggest things is going to come from how well can Humanoid get outside of lane? Is he going to be attacked like he was in Game 1? The mid-jungle duo, of course, still very strong. Caps on one of his most played champions this split. It feels a lot like comfort for G2 versus what seems like a very solid comp for Mad Lions. Strong dive, strong globals, playing through the bot side of the map. I'm looking forward to seeing what Mad can do with this comp, because I think if they get a lead, they can snowball with it.
And here we are, G2 versus Mad Lions, getting into Game 4. Mad Lions grouping up, looking for a strong level 1 to get them started here in Game 4. One more win takes them to match point, and Silver scrapes. Remember, a Worlds spot on the line. Loser will drop down to the lower bracket, have to fight their way back up to the finals.
Of course, as a reminder, if Fnatic lose tomorrow, both of these teams will qualify for Worlds because of how our playoff bracket works. So neither team will be knocked out, but the winner will guarantee that World spot, which is, of course, very important for both these teams that have been working for Worlds for the entire time.
Speaking of Fnatic, if you watch the LEC broadcast a lot, you're probably tired of hearing about these two teams. G2, Fnatic, the pillars of Europe, the two big giants that our region has had for so long. But I want to propose a new story and a new rivalry, because we've always talked about Fnatic versus G2, but as Mad Lions are possibly on the cusp of taking us to Silver Scrapes in Game 5, that would be twice now that they've taken G2 to Game 5. And while we always talk about G2 versus Fnatic, you might be witnessing the birth of a new rivalry, of Mad Lions actually being that team that we've set them out to be, this new European power. So all eyes on these little breakout cubs to see if they can truly be the next great European hope.
And of course, the only two teams G2 has ever lost a best of 5 to with this roster since the start of 2019 is FPX in the Mad Lions. Not quite there again yet, but they do have one of the better head-to-head records against G2. I believe they were 6-7 rather from the Mad Lions perspective coming into this series. Now looking to balance it out, potentially tie it up if they can win another best of 5 here. But pressure is on. They do not have a game advantage. It is G2 at match point, so single mistakes from Mad Lions. Mistakes that we've seen a lot, actually, in the early game, especially around the mid lane, could cost them dearly.
Well, in this early game, what we've seen is that the blue buff was stolen away. Oh, we have a bit of a playing bot.
That thought, the hook now going down, Unbreakable blocking a decent amount of damage, looking for the 4 stack here, but Perks' autos are incredibly slow, forcing double sums out from Mickey in the meantime, in exchange for Kaiser is going to make them very vulnerable to any follow-up
So I'll
games.
come back to the jungle matchup in a second and highlight, again, this Thresh Ashe 2v2, very strong. They weren't able to get any kills here, but they forced both summoners out from Mickey. Kaiser the same as Shadow looks for gank mid.
Gold card.
Forced to flash away is a very big deal. Zoe without flash, very vulnerable in lane.
So already we're seeing Mad with action across the map. They make the gank happen bot. They try to make a gank happen mid, and even though Shadow did lose his blue buff. He doesn't care. He's going to move into Jankos' bot side, going to steal away a couple jungle camps, and now Jankos looking to go on the attack.
Once again, Hook connecting, Unbreakable blocking most of the follow-up, though.
That's
Kaiser locked up 2, 3, 4. As his dash comes in, Kaiser's going to be in trouble. The Ignite already gone, and that's going to be first blood going over to G2. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it's a trade back and forth. Humanoid blows his flash. Will hold on to his life.
And like every other game this series so far, we knew it was going to be bloody when Mad Lions and G2 took the Rift. And again, very explosive early games. Now, hopefully in the replay, we get a bit more extended runway time to see what really happened with Kaiser there. Obviously, burning his flash in the initial engagement. I think he was just caught out of position by Mickey on the Braum and got walked down. But very unfortunate there to be punished for his aggression.
And it looks like G2 for now going to be sitting on top as we see a lot of action moving towards the bot side of the map, but Jankos in a good position there to cover Perkz and Mickey as they push out that bot wave, stop Shadow from being able to make a counter gank happen.
Now, also that wave just way too big for Carzzy to walk past. Here's the runway time, thank you observers, and I have a feeling that Kaiser probably just gets stuck too close to a minion.
Oh, so he just hooks Perkz while he's applying the slow, and of course, Kaiser already used his flash earlier, so this then makes it easy for Perkz and Mickey to chase him down. Now, in an ideal world, great position. Props to Perkz' positioning. Pretty much this entire series has been fantastic. They wanted to give the kill over to Perkz, but in this situation, this early on into the game, Perkz is probably not flaming Mickey. He's probably like, it's fine. As long as they get the kill, they're happy.
Now we have to see what they can do with any kind of advantage. Of course, not quite what they wanted to get, but it's not about getting a tier early on for the Senna. You will just go for the pickaxe, so it is most certainly not the end of the world. He's able to buy the item that he wants, and now continue to lane against Kaiser and Carzzy. The previous game, Carzzy and Kaiser were able to shove in the wave so consistently. They were able to be such a nuisance, but without the Lulu this time around, they may not have quite as much all-in power, and I'm wondering if we eventually get to see some roams from Kaiser. It's been so much about the mid lane in our first 2 games, but game 3 was much more individual lane focused, and the lanes, or the roaming rather, could start to come out.
Dragos, it's the caster classic when we say level 6s, baby. Like, that's all you got to keep your eyes on, especially with Mad Lion's composition. Twisted Fate, Shen,
Ash
no
Arrow.
flashes, Ash Arrow, you hit that right. It's just, there's so much on Mad's comp when they hit that level that G2's got to be on high alert. You can already see, let's bring up the minimap and have a look at some of this vision. You can see Control Ward already sitting in the river. They've got the bot scuttle as well. Mad is already setting the scenes and saying, hey, we have our eyes set on making a play for the bot lane.
When you're against a Twisted Fate or a champion that does have heavy roam potential, the Control Ward that Vedius just pointed out is so important.
X-Flash, Facebreaker will pull back, will connect. Humanoid potentially going to be in trouble here. Haymaker will land. Yanko's taking a lot of damage back, but Humanoid holding his ground for now.
Yep, really good positioning there from Humanoid. He was in front of minions, so he couldn't get bubbled, and now Shadow looking for a gank top.
Rome could go for the taunt flash here. Shadow, though, denied on the devastating charge there by the stealth from Wanderer. Clever use.
And now we have a moment where Mad are just going to crash this wave. Yanko's making sure that Wonder's probably not going to get dove. Using Blast Cone, though, he's going for the gank.
Double snare, that's so much CC. Now they're going to be in trouble. That is the power of this champion. The pullback. Arome now trying to run to safety. Facebreaker, where's it going to go? Yanko's waiting, trying to find 2 kills, but it will just have to settle for 1 as Arome gets knocked down.
On the very tip of his fingers right there, Yanko's manages to find Shen, pull him back. So good cover from G2. They gank mid lane. They immediately run to the top side, find the kill, and are starting to alleviate a lot of this pressure that Mad Lions are throwing.
And that level 6 now gets delayed because Humanoid, he doesn't have the HP to look for the roam. Arome also forced, well, he's dead. And we see Wonder getting the outplay here. Shadow and Arome is basically just trying to push in the wave so Arome can look to a reset so they can make this level 6 play happen, but then the double binding into the ultimate, into Yanko showing up. Beautifully executed there by Wonder, and you can see why this is a comfort pick for Wonder and why he does so well on the champion.
And G2 are so confident in this play that you see Wonder, or Jankos rather, waits on the E because he's hoping he can hit both the Hecarim and the Shen to find the double. Of course, only grabs 1, but a very solid start for Jankos. Now, 1 kill up in the jungle matchup has to be feeling good.
It's kind of one of those situations where unless Nico's just like popping up everywhere in scrims, she's kind of a champion that you forget what they do, or you kind of forget how the matchups work because you don't see her as often. And then you get caught out by things like that where you're just not thinking. Because the thought process for Mad Lions was clear there. They're like as Betty's saying, crash the wave, get the back. But because you're against a Nico, that binding just ruins your whole day.
Yeah, really, that Wonder had no damage. That is just base damages and a flawless combo there. Of course, maybe they could have seen him coming on the Scryer's Bloom as it was popped by Jankos, but they disrespected a little bit, and as a result, they are going to be in trouble.
But here's the thing. Perks and Mickey now need to be on their best behavior because you know that Humanoid's going to be picking up his blue buff here. Everyone's keeping track of the jungle timers, and that Carzzy has just tipped over into level 6. And so this is going to be the big window. We're constantly going to be clearing waves and then looking for the roams and the kill setup bot lane for Mad.
And so what G2 is going to be doing is, number one, they're going to keep top pushed as much as possible. We don't have time, the play's already happening.
Lance first now walking away. Of course, when he's into stealth, it is hard for Shadow to actually follow up. Oh my god, that's actually such a solid interaction. Curse of the Black Mist denying the Hecarim's devastating blow and also gets into absolute closest range possible.
So I know that Senna has a lot going for her, but I'm just going to put it out there that I think the Curse of the Black Mist, probably like the top tier in my opinion, like top shelf ability. That ability ruins so many champions' days.
And I think that in that situation, it's what really helped G2 able to get out of that situation, but also the clutch exhaust from Mickey mitigating so much damage and slowing Shadow was pivotal in allowing G2's bot lane to get out with their lives. But the other big thing, and this is why I wanted to bring up the minimap, was top is permanently being pushed in, and so is mid lane, which makes it so hard for Mad to actually utilize their globals, because if they ever do, they're either losing all their HP or they're going to lose so many plates for it. So G2 are trying to utilize their strong soul laners, as we see another play in the mid lane.
Good side step there coming in for Jankos. Betty, I think it's a really good point because when we first saw the Eco come out, Matt absolutely bogged with the Camille Galio combo. So they actually haven't gotten a really good sample to set expectations for what this champion can do. And now that Wonder's ahead and Arome is stuck on the Shen instead of the Camille, he doesn't actually really have any options to contest this wave up against the Nico.
But it also means that Mad Lions need to really rely on Shadow to get Arome and Humanoid kind of out of these lanes and into playmaking opportunity.
Yep.
Now, the Zoe pick is obviously going to be huge because she'll have push priority or at least be able to answer.
Go.
I'll hold it.
Perks in trouble. Good flash there coming out, but now the Shen on the way down. Perks is going to get taunted up and knocked down. Mickey on the retreat, but no, the heal. Not quite enough. Mickey will now retreat. Arrow now coming in. He's going to have to flash out to safety. Meanwhile, Nico pushing on the top side, but a solid play kicked off there for Mad Lions.
As we were just talking about, you need to get the Shin and the Twisted Fate out of the lane phase because they're never going to be able to contest the priority. Mad Lions found their window. In response, though, G2 picked up the Herald, funnel all of this gold into Wonder. This is no longer the all-for Nico that we saw in the previous game. This is Wonder who's going to be on clock, if not ahead of clock, with this Herald behind him.
And this is why the pushing lanes was so important. You can see even in the mid lane, look at Caps continue to push, they found Shadow.
Oh, sleepy.
Whoa, anti-synergy.
Oh, my dude, you gotta wait for Caps to land the Q there. Otherwise, no damage is going to come through. So Shadow forced to use his ultimate, and Wonder he's going to get himself another tower. But again, this is why the pushing waves are so important, because the moment this play happens, sure, Perks lost his life, but he lost his life for the team. They now have a 2-3k gold advantage after what was a successful roam from him.
Oh, wow. And that's a 2k lead for Wonder individually in his lane, and he's at almost 1,300 ahead of the furthest ahead person, which is Humanoid. That is one massive Nico, and also closer. The faster she gets to level 11, the more devastating that ultimate is going to be. G2 also going to grab a Mountain Drake in the meantime. Mad Lion, they were fighting blow for blow in Game 2 and Game 3, but this time around, G2 are absolutely dominating in terms of raw gold in the early.
That said, Mad Lions' competition, even though they have fallen behind, is still very strong at kind of creating their own windows of opportunity to take the plays that they want because of all of their global ultimates. So because of the composition that they're playing, yes, everything is looking very good for G2 right now. Mad Lions still have plenty of opportunities and choices to make to get them right back into this game.
Arrow lands.
Fucked up. Taken out, and it's very clear once again, it feels like Mad Lions always paint a target on the back of one of the G2 members in the early to mid game, and this time around it is Perks. Cleanse, of course, available this time, was able to use it to walk away, but Wonder now ready to spread his advantage from the top lane to the bottom side of the map as Shen is left farming under his inhibitor tower. Wonder can start to walk forward here. Lantern there to pull Carzzy out, waiting as long as possible before taking it.
So, okay, Wonder is... So could we very quickly look at the Shen in the top lane observers? Because I believe he should be setting up a freeze right now, and his whole goal here is to try and maintain the wave here so that it doesn't push back towards Wonder, he gets no farm, and Arome can get back into the game. What's interesting is how Wonder now uses his time. And what we've seen is that Wonder's now roaming into the bot to help take down this tower and secure more plates for his team. And because it forces Mad into a numbers disadvantage.
Oh no, that is one big Nico meet. Oh, cool, the highway now coming out there from Mickey X. Jankos now pursuing in, and Carzzy will get taken down.
Arome didn't have his ultimate there. He had to TP in, and now he's stuck in a very awkward spot.
Oh, he's marked up 3-4, suplex down, knocked. He's gonna be one sleepy Shen, he's gonna be one dead Shen in a second. Surgical play on the Surgeon Shen from G2.
Mad Lions are not having a good time with their teleports this series. It has been a very rough day. Obviously, Arome immediately regretted that one. As you said, Vedias, he didn't have the stand united, and if he had, maybe that situation doesn't turn out as favorably for G2 as it did, but you were just talking about the freeze, how it gave space for Wonder to use the numbers advantage across the map, and then it's just on the team to be proactive enough to punish it. Yes, if you freeze, you deny a lot of gold, but you need to account for the fact that Wonder's not just going to sit up there and watch you freeze the wave. He's going to have a champion like Nico that can set up those dives and still be devastating on the map.
And what's crucial is Caps went with him. It was not a 4-man playbot, it was a 5-man playbot. They committed all of their members down there because there was still a lot of plates, and it was the only way that they could force these kills and plays to happen. So they lost a couple of plates mid. Humanoid was able to get some experience back, some farm back, which is great for him. But at the end of the day, Mad got punished for trying to freeze that wave there. So really well played by G2. Now they're looking to play on a Perks.
Perks caught out the chain. CC flawless from Mad Lions, looking to burn him down as quickly as possible. Mickey there, not quite fast enough. The Unbreakable will not body block the final shot there, and he will get taken out.
Really
Still
good pick.
constantly abusing G2's greed. That's multiple times that G2 members over the course of the series have been caught greeting for waves. In particular, great vision control also from Mad. They have complete control behind that dragon pit. They just stood in fog of war, waited for Perks to step to the wave and said, thank you very much. I'll take that one.
Brutal. Perks, of course, still doing fine, all things considered, just scaling really at this point in the game, but can't afford to fall too much further behind. He's getting a ton of gold over to Carzzy. Hook will just barely not connect, but Mad Lions will be able to break this bottom lane tower.
I still think it's just huge credit and compliments to Carzzy and Kaiser because they're able to create advantages for themselves without access to a Shen ultimate, a Hecarim, and a Twisted Fate. As we've been talking about, Twisted Fate hasn't gotten to roam. He hasn't gotten to use the Destiny in any other lane, so finding those picks is actually really crucial. This, however, speaking of greed...
X-Flash available, Chilling Smite on the way. No mana for Carzzy, that's going to be a big deal, but Kaiser can just play him back and use the box as well. The suplex back down, though. They're going to try to buy a bit more space, but he cannot connect now. The rest of the team now coming in. Jankos, though, he's already used the grid. He's going to be very squishy, but they cannot quite kill him because an Unbreakable comes in at the perfect time. He's going to hit 3 members with the ultimate. No, Carzzy with the sidestep will survive, but here comes Caps. Big damage as he flashes in. 3 stacks, 4 onto Humanoid. He will get stunned, but he will go back under the tower. Perks trying to heal up Mickey, trying to keep his support alive. Big shield across the entire team. Carzzy stepping forward once again will sidestep the snare. That's going to be massive. An absolute brawl on the bottom side, but not too many deaths in the end.
Such a great play by Mickey and Perks in particular to turn that play completely around there.
Get up. Stand firm.
And I'm kind of just reeling that more people didn't die. That was... Oh, here we go. It's not done. We thought the play was over, but now it's just Mad Lions' turns. Mickey X and Perks absolutely caught out here.
Dive for your support, Perks.
No real chance to retreat on this one. Perks just next on the list. Just point and click him down. Gold card and wild cards to finish the job.
Okay, I don't think Perks had to run into the bush. I think he could have just died.
You died together.
Mickey could have just gone away. But because they overstayed, because they greeded to try and secure the tower, Mad are able to punish G2. And now they're the ones that are in position to challenge Drake, but Shadow's low. The TP coming through.
Oh god, it never
still
stops.
Fight this.
Wonder chasing. X-Flash used. Humanoid has to choose who he's going to stun up. Wonder will get locked up, and now Humanoid just getting run down. Protobelt as well for Caps. Can just pop forward at a moment's notice. Going to come through. Nice sidestep from Humanoid, but not quite enough to finish the job. In the meantime, it looks like Mad Lions did take down the Infernal.
So let's have a look back at this play and how this all came about. So Jankos, he sees the position that Kaiser and Carzzy are in. He thinks, okay, I can make this play happen. Uses ultimate to get through the threshold, which is really good. Sidesteps the hook and is able to burst him out. Then the stun comes through, but the heal from Perks keeps him alive, along with Mickey's flash into Braum ultimate, timing just as Arome arrives, and he's taken a bunch of damage from Wonder. The minion is what blocks it and saves Mad from actually losing more members. Then the stopwatch from Mickey, the ultimate from Perks as well. And then some good sidesteps here from Carzzy. A lot of cool mechanical plays here that end up working out in favor of both teams. Ends up only being 1 kill. But then, of course, you see Perks him like, I can get this tower. Doesn't respect the Humanoid wasn't in this fight, the TP as well. And this is where I'm like, don't go in the bush.
When you're swimming with your friend and they kind of lose it and they're like, oh, I'm starting to sink, hold me up.
Yeah.
It's like, you're just making us both drown. No one is being saved here. Yeah. I am not your lifeguard.
I mean, to be fair to Perks, Humanoid was like so deep behind them, they were gonna find me. You know what I mean? I don't think Mickey was getting out of that one.
A man can dream. Roscoe. All right, they will grab the Herald in the meantime. Of course, Mad Lions did grab the Infernal, so it's a trade back and forth for objectives, but still a 3K gold lead for G2. Remember, they are on match point. If they can close this one out cleanly, they will secure their spot at Worlds for Mad Lions, trying to bring us back to Game 5.
An ally has been slain.
So what I do think is interesting here is that in Mad's comp, they do have strong split pushing aspects, but they also have pretty good team fighting because of their ability to dive the backline. Now, of course, Twisted Fate in team fights is always a bit of a weird one because he can either be really valuable depending on his positioning, or he's just very awkward.
We have a scale. You're either a nemesis or a messiah.
I mean, yeah, there's good damage. Caps is here though. The Lantern is likely just going to keep Kazi alive. But yeah, basically what I think is really interesting is you have a dive comp, but I think that Braum and Nico are exceptionally good versus dive. So I think that Mad want to avoid 5v5 fights if they can, and I think they're better off utilizing size to generate pressure and then trying to look for picks. Instead, use the TF ultimate, use the Asher, use the Shen ultimate to try and pick off people on a side lane and then rotate into an objective where you have another.
You also have to be very careful about when you Shen ult, because it is so easy if you are running in as Hecarim for Jankos to just ult you right back out, and if the Shen is ulting in at the same time, you can shut down all of the reliable engage and team fight options for Mad Lions. I think you're so right, Betty. I think picks probably are the better decision at this stage of the game.
But I think kind of the difference in the last time that Mad Lions, or excuse me, like the reach of Senna and what Mad Lions have for them is even if the engage or the dive doesn't land, you still have great reach and control in front of you between a Thresh and an Ashe. I just think Mad Lions' composition is really well balanced and kind of everything that it can do. And even if you don't get the most successful Hecarim into Shen, like Ashe and Carzzy, with the help and protection of Kaiser, can just fight you and walk you down front to back. She's gonna have great kill pressure on set.
So, I agree, but I think that when you look at the range, Caps and Perks should have more. Which is why I think that, like, that's the biggest difference for me, because last time, you're right, when they were funneled into those choke points.
What front line dies faster?
Yeah,
and you have two tanks versus one.
Sure. And I think that I think the Zoe pick is what really changes a lot for me, because I think that her range is kind of unrivaled, and like, Shadow's like, I'm ready to start a fight, and then all of a sudden slapped by a bubble, and you're like, I'm no longer ready to start a fight, right? And so that's one of the biggest things for me, and again, it's also in the hands of Caps, and this is one of his best champions, so that's probably going to be one of the biggest champions that I keep my eyes on when we look at these fights and these neutral objectives that are going to be coming up in the next few months.
Cap's no stranger to that kind of pressure. His Zoe, more often than not, is stacking Medjais. At this point, it is just a Dark Seal. We'll have to see if he wants to tick over to the next tier, that item. Important to note as well, Wunder with the Glacial Augment now has 2 item actives to go for. So Carzzy and Kaiser, as strong as they are, have to be careful about where they position. Could be very easy to catch them out. Kaiser consistently staying very far back from Carzzy to make sure he can use that lantern to take him to safety. That said, Cap now potentially caught out. They're trying to get the fight kicked off. Mickey looking for that disengage. Shadow caught in the midst of the entire team. But Cuban on the backside trying to dunk down. Cap still alive. The heal coming in from Perks, but not nearly enough. G2 now has to run for the hills. Shadow still going. Wunder coming in. 3 stacks. Not quite going to find the 4th. They tick away. Jankos will go down. Wunder wants to find something. He's going to have to use the ult shortly just to save alive. A nice flash taunt comes in. Wunder going to be in trouble when Mad Lions grab a kill. And just like that, only 1K difference in goals.
So well played there from Mad Lions as Caps is trying. Okay, that was a little bit too close for comfort. Caps on Zoe. You need to remember that one. Carzzy, though, playing like a madman. That is the aggressive action that I like to see.
Mad are going to come out ahead in this fight as well. A much-needed team fight win as they look to secure themselves the 3rd Drake of the game. Beautiful stuff, and a lot of it just comes off the back of punishing Cap's position there. He was the one that got caught out first. He was the one that had to use his flash very early on. And he was one of the players that we were going to be watching. And because he gets caught out here, this is where Mad Lions were able to turn it into such a successful fight.
And obviously, you can be that far forward down the lane when you're playing with the Lantern just like that. And as you said, G2 trying to take the pick onto Carzzy as he's playing with fire around the Lantern, then opens them up to get engaged on by the Hecarim. But we talked about kind of the front-to-back fighting, and even though this fight is messy, ultimately Carzzy is not under any sort of threat and pressure right now, and he has the damage and the confidence to step forward and to cut through the tank line. Mickey and Jankos all falling down there, and then a sick flash taunt from a Rome to then hand off Wunder.
And it's important because when we talked about G2's ability to disengage any kind of fight, we talked about 2 things. We talked about the Braum, and we brought up Nico as well. Nico just was not there. He's only 462 damage in the fight. Meanwhile, Carzzy, as you said, Ross, monster performance in the fight. Well, the numbers most certainly back it up. 4,400 damage coming out from this Ashe.
We're in for another very close game. Mad Lions fighting to take us to game 5, whereas G2 looking to secure themselves a spot at Worlds and move on to face the winner of Rogue versus Fnatic, which will be happening tomorrow. Right now, with the Rift Herald, they're using it to push bot. They're threatening the base of Mad Lions.
So I think it's about kind of reorganizing yourself for G2, not necessarily trying to force the 5v5 of the fights, but making the most out of the siege potential, which is why anytime that they have the Herald with a Zoe is always going to be quite devastating.
Goes in, trying to buy space. That's so many towers taken down. Humanoid in the meantime is still pushing in the side lane. That bot tier 1 or bot inhib tower rather is just so low. If G2 find another push down there, it should be easy to take down. Humanoid though getting more farm, getting more time to himself to scale up.
And in my opinion, Twisted Fate doesn't get ultimately that much stronger. I mean, obviously, getting things like Azanya's Hourglass is going to help with kind of his playstyle and how he wants to play off the map as well as the team fights, but it's not like when you're funneling farm onto a Twisted Fate that he has the potential to just 1v9 a game like other hyper carries in our game.
I think one of the scariest things about Twisted Fate is his ability to take towers so quickly in a side lane. And, you know, the more AP that he has, the faster he can take those down, die really fast. When I look at, like, team fights, I think Twisted Fate is one of the champions that's just so difficult to play, and positioning is going to be extremely crucial. So I'm looking forward to seeing that we've had some intense fights already this series. The kills are very even, the gold is very even, itemization very similar, very comparable across the board. I think the biggest player I'm looking at right now is Wonder, with the Leandry's done, with the Spooky Ghosts and the Frozen Hose. Everything's kind of coming together for Wonder, and he has the ability to pretty much just single-handedly win a team fight, depending on how many targets he can land that ultimate on.
And it's going to get easier and easier for him to land as they continue to group up. Once again, Glacial Auction makes it so difficult to play against our team to escape, but I think remain to a certain degree on caps to try to find these picks, to try to find these opportunities. With the Ghosts coming out, G2 are going to get a lot of free vision, a lot of free information. Find out the entire bottom side is uncontested, can set up a bit of vision there. Still 2 minutes away from the next Drake. Neither team on sole point, however. Perkz just starts to poke his head over the wall and see what he can find.
And that's what we're in position to do for G2 right now, is you're fishing and you're acquiring deep vision while you wait for bigger objectives to spawn. So obviously Baron is in play, but it's not the fastest Baron taking team. It's more about playing around Fog of War or pockets of darkness where you can find those big picks.
Get hooked here. Immediate cleanse coming out though, courtesy of the Summoner Spellbook. Bad damage down on the Carzzy. That's going to be a big start. Shadow now immediately going to take that as his cue to get things kicked off. Carzzy still alive on the backside, but he's so incredibly low. Wonder going to find 2 immediately. Humanoid's here,
45.
but it's too little, too late. Humanoid showing up, but just like that, he's going to get slept. Oh no, this cannot be how it ends. G2 absolutely obliterating Mad. One small mistake and G2 pounce on it, looking to turn it back. Carzzy finally here on the backside, but he's the last man standing. 5 members of G2 strong as they push into the base, and they might just end the game just like that. Neck and neck, but G2 are poised to end.
In the blink of an eye, G2 go from being even to staring Carzzy down in the eye and being the lone man to hold the G2 onslaught as they look to end the game.
Pushing in, breaking down the base. There are no new rivalries today, no new challengers. G2 remain unstoppable, undeniable, and they will find themselves a spot at Worlds 2020 and the upper bracket match.
Wow. Bit anticlimactic, if I'm being honest. I wasn't expecting the game to just end right there. Like,
they're fishing for vision. They're like, we could siege. They find Carzzy. Game over.
It was caps again. Like we talked about it. Like I was joking about the Hecarim, you know, just like, oh, I'm ready to engage, get slapped by a bubble, maybe I'm not. And then it was just the Ashe. Ashe just takes a Q, a knee to the face, then the Sen ultimate on top, and then like Ashe is out of the fight, and then all of a sudden Gigi's like, okay, well, I guess we're gonna start a fight then. Just unbelievable. I can't believe that.
And that's all it takes, though, right? And that's the strength of Zoe that we always talk about, but we so rarely see, is that one bubble, that one shot, that one, you know, paddle star that is going to change a game. But because Humanoid's not in position, because Shadow's maybe a little bit too quick on the trigger, coming in on the flank, there's no recourse. And yeah, when you win a team fight like that, you don't need a Baron to end the game.
I will also credit the setup that G2 had going into that, though. You know, the fact that they find the crucial bubble or the crucial big damage, and then the waves are also simultaneously pushing in, that they just immediately saw their moment, took it, and then ripped the game wide open and the series away from Mad Lions. That said, you know, credit to Mad Lions. It's going to feel bad in 3-1. They obviously still get another chance to potentially qualify themselves for Worlds or even fight for their position back into the finals of LEC. But I did like what we saw from them. Like, I liked the unique picks, the fact that it was Lilia. We wanted Mad Lions to return to form. They were kind of going toe-to-toe with
Kazi
G2.
Kaiser looked great.
Exactly. Like, this is... I still feel good as a Mad Lions fan watching that team there, knowing that they get another opportunity with the very impressive Schalke waiting for people in the lower bracket.
And as a reminder, if Fnatic lose tomorrow in their best of 5 versus Rogue, Mad will also lock a spot at Worlds because of the format of our playoffs and because 4 teams from Europe will be going to Worlds.
Yeah, it's actually really funny because our playoffs format was designed to support 3 teams going to Worlds, so 4 teams going kind of messes everything up when people start to qualify really early, but it's fine. Things are going to work out okay. And I think overall, when we look at it, it was, you know, a fantastic series. I like what we saw from Mad as well. I think we play that best of 5 back, you know, 3 more days in a row, 3 more times, and Mad find more games because they were learning, they were adapting, they were figuring out.
That game was super close.
Yeah, they were figuring out what they needed to do to succeed, but it continues to be the story that G2, you give them an opportunity, they're going to take it, and they're going to absolutely destroy you with that. So,
I will say this, though. If there is a weakness from G2, it's the fact that... Okay, fine.
Say that Jankos,
Key players of the
there
game,
you go,
Jankos, Caps, and Mickey
X. Thank you.
But if there is, like, one of the names missing from this is Perks. And after the first 2 games, people are like, oh my god, that's amazing. Like, Perks is having a great series. And then he has that Ezreal game. So here's the thing. It's like, can Perks play other champions outside of the Senna as well? Like, his Ezreal is clean, but you lose the effectiveness for G2.
I got Kevin in my ear. Just
Kevin just says nope. There you go. Coming up next, we're going to hear from Cavs before Jankos joins us on the post-game lobby. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Have the flash to get out of here, and Torre is left all on his lonesome with an incredible quickness into the knockback. Goodbye, Excel. Patrick gets taken out by Reckless. It's a triple for him.
You're fighting through like what goes well, what goes right, and it's all a matter of finding, okay, this is our recipe for success and expanding from there.
Remember, the average survivor is going to do so much work. Shadow's already gone. There's 2 as Kaiser falls and finishes still. Stepping into Kazi, flashes off towards the back. Banda able to survive. There comes the damage. Kazi, goodbye.
I really don't care what other people think about us. We're not Mad Lions, we're not G2, we're Rogue, right? We play our game. I just want to win, and that's all.
Our teams are so good this year.
I can't believe they actually made it. What? It's what champions eat.
Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Have a bite. It's good.
We'll talk about the Worlds a bit later because first I want to talk about this series because we went from a massive stomp in game 1 to more balanced game afterwards. So can you explain to me the evolution of the series and the differences between game 1 and the rest of the series?
So I think game 1 went really well. Yeah. I think everything kind of went according to plan. They tried to go for like this kind of dive combo, but we kind of shut them down very early on, and they didn't really get to execute. And then moving forward in the series, they pulled out like the Galio Camille combo, which we maybe like didn't really expect from them. I think our response was like maybe not the best. I mean, game 2 was like very crazy. I was playing the Aurelia, and that was just like dying and killing people all over the place. So that was like quite a crazy game. But definitely, I think we maybe could have adapted like a bit better to when they picked. But at the end of the day, I think it's the first time we see them on this new patch, and it is playoffs, so they obviously shook things up a bit and played like some different champions than what they usually play. So it's hard to be prepared for it when you haven't seen them play in this patch yet.
Yeah, right. I mean, you played for a week on that, and then you have only one best of 5 on this patch. But when you say about adapting faster, do you mean in draft or in the game itself?
I mean, I guess both. Like, I think, but definitely, like, yeah. I mean, for sure, like the draft was like some things I could have picked better. I think I just didn't, personally, really predict them picking Galio Camille because it's not really something they have looked for before. But it's something they went for, and I think my picks were fine, but they could for sure have been better. And yeah.
And they had something in mind. I mean, when I see all the attention around mid lane throughout the whole series, I mean, the shutdown caps couldn't have more sense right now. Like, how did you adapt to the fact that suddenly you have 2, 3, 4 members of Mad Lions on mid lane? And did you expect so much attention here?
I mean, I think like right from game 1, like my team was like really smurfing, like going mid, right? And then they realized that they have to match it because if they don't fight around mid, then we will just win really hard there. So that it just kind of became like a 4v4. It felt like sometimes it was just like AD carry solo laning bot and support jungle just all being mid. Even there was like a lot of global TPs this game with like AD carries having TP, Shen's having ults and stuff like this. So it was a very crazy series. There was definitely like a lot of fights, but you know that's also fun. So
yeah. And they knew that they needed to be mobile around the map here. I mean, all this didn't prevent you from getting the player of the series here because the fans voted for you, Cap. So tell me about your performance here during this series and how did you manage to perform so well?
Thank you. I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't really know because I think, personally, I definitely had like some good games this series. I think my first game was really good. We played really, really well around mid, and we kind of got like to exploit like LeBlanc's gang setup. But I think the other games weren't that great for me, so I'm actually kind of surprised to get the play of the game. I think maybe there would be someone else I would put it on, but yeah, I think it just came from like getting caught off guard, as I mentioned before. Sure, he has played Galio TF before, but it's not something that Humanoid has like in the past looked much towards. So I was definitely surprised when he came up with that and kind of like backfired my own prediction, preparation for him on this patch. So yeah, I was more confident when I played like the first game against Asia because I knew that is something that he's very likely to play.
I see. Well, even if it's not deserved, I mean, you can take these players of the series title and brag to your teammates afterwards because they're going to be jelly for sure. And I was on Twitter and I saw that a lot of people were mentioning G2, Sleeping Giants, no more, they're back. Why do you think about all this? And do you think that this is the G2 we've been waiting to see for so long? And also, can you show more in playoff? That's a 3-part question, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's hard to say, right? Because I think going into the split, we have played like a lot of splits together right now, and obviously the main focus for us has always been Worlds. So we did say that we just wanted to take like a relaxed regular season. Now, it probably became a bit too relaxed when we started like having like 4-5 win rate or something like this. So we tried to turn it a bit around, and I mean, we are on a really hot streak right now, and I think we're turning it up for playoffs as well to make sure that we go into Worlds as first seed. So I don't know if it's necessarily that we were ever gone. It was just like we just needed like a break, you know. And now we are back to be on top, and hopefully we can show up like the next two, like say like in semifinal and in the final. Yeah, we got this.
We want to see the strongest version of G2 at Worlds because, as you said, you qualified. So any first impressions on that? I mean, I know you expected to qualify for Worlds given G2 and the history you have, but still, I mean, you're finally there. I know that Top Esports qualified this morning, which means that you're going to fight Knight in the middle.
You one time before. This just plays entirely into what Golden Guardians wanted to do. And sure, the laning phase was even to a certain extent, but even then, Golden Guardians won the laning phase multiple times, getting kills, getting a ton of bindings onto TheYProxy. So I don't want to see this champion get by and into the hands of FBI, despite it being almost killed by how good Broken Blade's Vlad was.
There was action all over the map in this game, but the first of it came in the mid lane. A bit of a whoopsie here from Demonte as he gets caught. Bad timing when he chooses to ward, as well as losing his flash.
Yeah. This is a tough start to the game. I mean, the counter pick, Echo, can do quite well, has the flash, but totally waste it. And so this looks like, they might repeat gank mid. There might be all these problems if they don't get this under control. But Closer's like, don't worry, Demonte. TP back in here with that war you just placed. We'll trade this one back out. And it kind of saves the laning phase for Demonte, I think, a fair amount. The fact that he's able to get the skills, get the fluffs, and get back in the lane.
And yeah, it's really important. Like, if Closer doesn't flash stun the Graves, like, Graves is going to get out. He's going to be able to dash one wall, flash the other. So it was really important that Closer was playing that so aggressively. He's comfortable trading his flash for it. But Closer was amazing this series. Not only did he get the kill in the top, he also did this really good lane game bot and it was set up perfectly by Teamstone.
Does this look too easy to anyone else? Because to me, it certainly did. And it certainly looked like every single time the Karma just found her way onto binds.
Read him like a book, Crumbs.
And Bjergsen read that he was dead here too and didn't flash, which was actually a really good move out of him.
He affected every lane.
Yeah, that was a smart flash by, or hold on the flash by Bjerg. If you flash next to your turret, Closer just ults on top of the turret, kills you, and turns your turret off, and there's no change. So smart to hold the flash there, but yeah, Closer completely kept this game in favor of Golden Guardians in the early game because TSM was doing pretty well in laning phase. I think they had CS advantages in pretty much every lane prior to 15 minutes, and the kills is what kept them in.
Exactly, and it's going to take performances like that out of Closer to keep them close in this series up against TSM because not all of the fights went incredibly well for Golden Guardians. There were looks on the side of TSM.
Starts with the Broken Blade flank, and they're scared because there's a big Vlad on the backside, but all game long, Huhi was protecting FBI, and then it went wrong here when Hanser goes in for a taunt. Oh, God. And then the rest of the team's like, should we follow him? We just saw what he did. Are we supposed to get in here?
Yeah.
Well, their teammates.
Ride or die, baby. Ride or die.
Right?
You know that saying? It's better if everyone follows a bad call than have a split call. This is the counter example. This is the counter example of leave your Shen to die in the pit. Don't kill your ulti. But I do appreciate the synergy.
Yeah, without a doubt. But again, I think that we showcased that to show how both teams had opportunities, but also to show the resilience of this Golden Guardians roster, because even the next time it looks like Broken Blade is going to get a monster flank on the team, this time they correctly navigate in the mid lane. FBI with some sick mechanics to get out of this one.
We have to remember how good Broken Blade Vlad was. The first time we really got to see it was in spring of, I believe, last year.
Yep.
And this time around was just like, holy crap, like this is everything you want on your Vlad, and it's just not enough. It's at least good that they have an answer to Shen moving forward, but you're not getting a better flank than that.
Yeah, just the entire Golden Guardians team comp, the way it plays around the Caitlyn with the Shen ult coming on, he had such great shields the entire game, and FBI himself knowing to just sidestep the Ashe arrow instead of trying to flash it to save his flash for when the flank comes in, like just so well played by the entirety of Golden Guardians. And I think it highlighted some of the issues that they were going to have in this comp was Flag can dive in, but there's no one who can quite help him. And it felt like they were missing that one extra thing to help him get these kills on the backline because Broken Blade was playing it well.
And you're going to see that once more in the final fight of the game around Dragon Soul. Again, Broken Blade doing everything in his power, of course, to take down to FBI. The fight that comes before it here around Baron.
This was the game-breaking play where Damonte realized TSM actually split up, and they're playing Ashe and Syndra, so they don't have any way to get over the wall except for their own flash. So Damonte does a really good job, calls for the Shin ult, and they're actually able to catch TSM when they actually had control for most of this game. And this was TSM invading the blue side jungle, but after that, it was all Golden Guardians game.
Watch the left-hand side. It's exciting to see Damonte go in and back, but the real highlight at the end is actually Broken Blade as he's thinking about going for FBI. So much of TSM's members are chunked. The Dragon is low. It's like, all right, it's time to get in here. He's got everything charged. The exhaust is real quick, but the ultimate, and then watch Huhi keep his AD alive. It's just a joy to have him support.
Live through Syndra, procs the Hex Drinker, gets stunned, but the flash plus the double pass through on the shields there. It's just clean. It's just clean.
Yeah, Huhi deserves a ton of credit for this, and I think it speaks to why this is such a great matchup is the bot lane popping off. FBI is a fantastic, aggressive player, and Huhi is so good about propping him up to do that, whether that's landing the bindings. He landed a bunch in lane to chunk out Biofrost. They didn't get a 2v2 kill, but they had a lot of pressure off the back of Huhi. And then FBI, if you give him some room to work, he'll absolutely pop off.
Yeah, and what's not shown on these stats, but Dash mentioned it, FBI bought that Hex Drinker. I can't tell you how many games we watch a AD carry who's ahead, at like 2.5 items and goes full glass cannon and gets one-shot, but FBI recognized TSM's win condition is Vlad flank into one-shot AD carry, so he got 2.5 items, super far ahead in Caitlyn. He's like, all right, I don't need the most efficient build. I'm going to build Hexdrinker. He survives that last fight. I'm so excited that this guy bought Hexdrinker instead of...
He survived literally by the amount of health that Hexdrinker saves him, so you can definitely call that one out there. You know what else isn't on this, or what other story the stats don't tell? He stole 2 dragons. The man secured 2 dragons.
He's
out
a
of the
jungler
4.
too. Yeah, he's a jungler. Closer has like he only got 2, I think, and then FBI gets 2 as well. Like I mean, Closer has competition for best Drake secure on his team.
The guy is the best AD carry in the league, and he also plays another position at the same time. All right, TSM has chosen red side. No substitutions after that first result, and so we are sticking to the same sides of the map. Crumbs, what are your first thoughts here on adjustments that TSM would make with this first game behind them?
I think that Caitlyn has to go. You really are not wanting to give that back to FBI. And then the other thing is, who's getting the counter pick? I don't want to see Biofrost get the counter pick. It just did not strike me as something that needed to get enough of an advantage to justify that pick. Let's put more focus on Bjergsen, because yeah, he got picked on a little bit on the Syndra. If he had, I think, a little bit more agency despite being targeted, I think he can pop off. I'm still not seeing anybody else do a whole lot on the squad, except Roka played on Vlad, but he'll only play that if the Jet is picked by Golden Guard.
Mark, let's not pretend that TSM didn't have a gold lead in the middle of this game. So is there anything that Golden Guardian should come away with saying, hey, maybe we consider adjusting this, even though we did pick up the victory?
I overall liked their game plan. I think you saw that both teams can make mistakes in the mid-game, and I think as long as they're taking a comp that continues to be able to make plays in that period of time, they'll be in a good spot.
There it is. We're heading to a quick break. When we return, TSM will have their chance to tie up this series. See you back here.
And we've upgraded her with the Sonic Shield and holographic mapping drones.
Impressive.
There is one more thing.
Jake from State Farm.
Here's the deal. With the Drive Safe and Save app, you'll save up to 30% for being a safe driver. You get a discount just for signing up.
Well played, Jake from State Farm. As usual.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Slain. can make a difference. Void rule number 1. Your turret has been down.
Hello and welcome back to the LCS Summer Playoffs. We've got two teams battling here today, TSM and Golden Guardians. They left off 2 weeks ago, beating TSM in Game 1. We'll see if they can repeat the 3 out of best of 5 determines who is done for the year and who faces Cloud9 for the last spot at Worlds.
It's going to be a really exciting series, I feel like. After game number 1, very competitive, playing kind of 2 different styles around that soul. Golden Guardians looking for the early stacking of those dragons. TSM trying to go for the gold lead and then contest at number 3. But Golden Guardians came up big when it mattered most, securing the 2 contested dragons, catching out TSM when they missed position up around that top lane. And as a result, they did take down number 1. So we'll find out if there's going to be any sort of changes in the ban. I don't really think there needs to be, honestly, on either side. I feel like that was a very, very close game. And even if you are on the TSM side, I don't think you're going to look at that game and be like, oh yeah, every time Haley secured 2 dragons. It feels like it could be overcome from both point of view.
It's interesting as well to see the run back here. TSM picking red side both times here. They are the higher seed, of course, in game 1, so they get side selection, and then the loser of any given game gets side selection for the next. TSM still wants the red side, they still want counter pick. This time they have changed the ground by banning away the Shen, trying to give Hanser a champion they can't just ignore up on that side of the map. Wanted to play around bot lane maybe a bit more, now that Shen ulti's not available, but otherwise the exact same draft for the first 3 picks so far.
I'm going to be interested also to see if they drop the Morgana ban. I'd like to know that Morgana out. Morgana is going to be easier likely to deal with for that Karma and Ashe than the Lux actually was. So I think that could make a lot of sense. There also is the ability to perhaps ban away the Echo if you're concerned about that, but Golden Guardians is going to take us in a different direction. It will be TF here. So now I'm curious, will TSM lock in their mid laner here instead of going for a top laner as they did last time around to try to avoid more potential bans getting thrown towards Bjergsen?
All right, it was Volibear last time. This time it's going to be Lee Sin as the jungle pickup there. Close just thought about it over in game 1, but with the option up to revisit his jungle champion, no, going over here. So mid-jungle, a new look.
Yep, so TF was banned out round 2 last time. This time it's going to be picked up. Lilia was the ban that was dropped off by TSM for the Shen, but that wasn't actually selected. Very interesting. So they're still just going to allow Bjergsen to tank even more bans, and this does feel pretty intentional for the side of TSM. You know, you grab the Ornn here for Broken Blade. You could then ban out some of the top laners that you're worried about contesting that Ornn from Hanser, and then you have Bjergsen who's probably going to tank a couple more bans and have to be picking here, you know, in what will be a more difficult situation.
And this is, of course, TSM saying, okay, yes, we're going to play a range support in the bot lane. Yep, there's the Lux ban, a great choice attribute by TSM, good of them to do so. And says, okay, yes, here is our Ornn top lane, here is our engaged tank. We're going to once again kind of the bot lane. It's pretty likely to be a Karma down there, and if it's something else, it's fine, we'll figure out the matchup. But we have hard engage, we have front, we can play a default team fight and just get damage output from Spica, Bjergsen, and double it.
So one thing I do think TSM has to consider are they willing to blind pick Karma now, though, right? Because if you actually try to save the Karma for 5th pick, Golden Guardians can just take it away, and then TSM will have to have an additional answer, you know, beyond Morgana, because they can't just take the Morgana and self-counter pick themselves now. So that is something that does have to change potentially, is actually pick order there. So they're going to ban out the Morgana too. So I do think that they are going to blind the Karma 4th then, and hope that Golden Guardians have no more answers as far as the support pool goes. I do think there are additional answers. Like, if you go Nami Caitlyn, I actually think this is lane, but I'm not sure that Rudy will be able to play it. also think that potentially the fact that TSM didn't ban out any top laners and blind their Ornn, that is somewhat punishable. Haunter's a guy who's actually very flexible up in the top lane. He has shown the Kayle before. That is very popular. GP is also an option if they want to look to play towards that bottom lane, utilize TF ultimate as well as GP ult to really focus the TSM bot lane again. So there are some vulnerabilities to this TSM draft. And they're actually, wow. So if you save the Karma for last, I feel like Golden Guardians is for sure going to take it themselves, but I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, have to wait and see. Right now, Pantheon is the hover, which will be exciting if it comes through, but I don't think play a tank and feel a lot better as like a Leona or something down there. Yeah. And just kind of ignore the whole thing, but waiting for time to tick down. Golden Guardians is the top laner to answer Broken Blade's Ornn. Ornn support's really not a thing anymore. We saw it in weeks past, but that one's kind of gone. Mordekaiser going to be there to scrap up the top side. The ulti can make Ornn ult not do a lot of anything. And by the way, also, absolutely love Death roaming and Enchanter support. Just like, you have a Nami or a Karma or something. Let me take your ability power, and then just you're always dead. So, you know, good team fight like there, but it is going to force you to play support pick. Once last time, that is banned away. Morgana's a common blind, that's banned away as well. So Bard's the pick here for who?
So it is very interesting because I would have assumed Karma would be the go-to, and that made me wonder, like, did TSM have an answer to that? Thresh, I think, is fine into the Bard, lets you play even more aggressively, potentially for the kills. You obviously have Lantern for that defensive utility. It is less about the poke and the actual straight-up laning and the push here, but you can actually have all-ins against, you know, Bard and Caitlyn. So TSM have navigated themselves into a pretty good angle here to pick Thresh. You know, in their previous series, the only time they had Thresh, it was into a Tahm Kench and a Morgana, which really is not kind of how you want to play it. So I think TSM are pretty happy with this. They've added some additional engage. They were perhaps concerned with the few ways they had to actually start fights last time. Not only do they have the Ash Arrow this time, they have Thresh hooks, they have Ornn ultimate. That is going to be pretty powerful. One of the concerns I have for them is if they want to play that same style where you're giving up the first two dragons and looking to scale towards the third, which I feel like they might be doing with this style of composition, you have to remember that the other team has Mordekaiser and can eliminate the possibility of a 50-50 sometimes. We have seen Haunter be so on point with this, where you show up to that third dragon, you're like, all right, we're ready to fight. And then your jungler just gets Mordekaiser ulted, and they take the dragon for free, and then you're like, oh, okay. I forgot about that. So we'll see how they want to do it, because it does feel like with Orianna Ornn, you want to sit back and scale a bit, and you know, Golden Guardians may be more ready to scrap for those early dragons.
It's going to be a fun game to watch, absolutely. I'm still going to look at bottom lane a whole lot. There can be some Gigasis up top side. This is not Shen with Vlad, where Vlad permanently in full health and doesn't have Gigasis, so he can't get a gank on his side either. It's going to be spicy in every single lane here. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch TF versus Orianna. The globals run around the map. The Ornn engages, and we'll see what the bot lane looks like here as well. It's getting into game 2 as Golden Guardians are up 1-0 in this best of 5. And if I look at bot lane a little bit, I do want to point out that TSM does not need hard counter pick every single time they win this. Across the 12 regular season games that Doublelift and BioFox played, Doublelift had the best overall gold and XP difference at all starting agent areas. And he overall had very, very, very strong against BioFox across the first 12. And so I want to see if they can hold that one up, because in playoffs, FBI and Hui have been absolutely taking names down there.
They've been crushing it, but last game, to the credit of TSM, I do think that they were winning the 2v2 straight up. Closer had some great ganks, and they capitalized well on that. You know, it wasn't like they were getting crushed by any means before that. It was fairly even, but clearly TSM's bottom lane performing better than the last time around. Part of that is due to the picks, part of that perhaps due to the play. We'll have to see if they can keep that level up going into this one. It is cleansed this time around from FBI, so he's paying that tax because it's not only the Ashe but also the Thresh this time. So I do think it makes sense. There is also less straight up kind of big beefy frontliners ahead of it, so you don't have the Shen and the Volibear standing up there to tank arrows before you come team fight time. So it's more likely that you would keep cleanse in this situation.
Nice sweeper gets rid of the ward as the wave pushes in. Golden Guardian's going to let the other one down on that rush timeout, as that was the early place of the recall switch to sweeper. But early push goes in, as Bard is a better early fighter than Thresh. Skills are a lot more reliable than Thresh hook, and even play, which he actually has learned, shorter range tool. So first push goes through, TSM respectively backs off, and right now Doublelift is on perfect CS, whereas only 10 of 12 for FBI, so we'll see how much more the Ashe can get here. as Hawkshot reveals that Closer did 3 camps with blue buffs. They know which 3 camps are gone. Hawkshot also reveals the 3 camp markers. They know exactly what Lee Sin's been doing so far.
Exactly, going to have full information there, so that always feels really, really nice as they play where he is, where he could be. You have that push on the bottom side, so you are kind of assuming you're going to down for that bottom side shuttle, and then it's going to be up to Spica to say, okay, do I want to try to answer this? Do I want to at least get a ward down here to protect? He is moving over here. Bobos has his
the jungler's around. Stun's going to land on Asper's going to land. Cleanse back away. Now Spica's going to run backwards and explode, but no more stuns to be had. Big first time by FBI, or sorry, by Huhi, but end of the day, Cleanse down with the Genji. Well played by TSM.
It is very well played. We'll see if they can follow up on this. They're trying to push it out right now. Spica maybe face checking this Lee Sin though, and we'll see if Huhi can get the bind.
Gets the slow, gets the Q, is going to ward hop away. The flash Q, that was some miscoordination. I think Huhi thought there was more of a fight to be had, but there was not one.
There wasn't, but if he could have found that angle, potentially he could trap off of it and maybe follow up there. Either way, he's not able to find the binding, so in the long run, TSM can't reset the wave, but they got 2 summoners, big summoners. You know, they got the cleanse and the flash, so that is going to be feeling really, really nice. Good trade up here on that top side played, and we'll see if TSM can utilize this little skirmish advantage that they have got to try to get something more.
So good, Broken Blade up 8 CF, they wave to farm, so that should pretty close to equalize on this side of the map. Very small gold lead to Golden Guardian, some of that being fraudulent with Twisted Fate passes generating free gold. That's reflected in the scoreboard, despite the fact that he's playing the lane pretty much equal to Bjergsen here, with this wave going to be fairly easily cleaned up. We're going to see our first recall before too terribly long. As we can see more items being forged by Broken Blade. He's just stacking the early MR, knows he's obviously facing Mordekaiser, wants to get Abyssal Mask online so he doesn't have to worry about that fight too much. And Spica keeps moving around his side of the jungle, taking down the chickens.
Yep, and he saw that ward getting placed. That's always a little bit of a feels Batman for Damonte, because right as you place it, it does get cleared out. And for me personally, anytime I'm in that type of a situation, I'm always feeling really nervous. It's like, oh, well, he knows that I know he's there, so is he going to gank me or not gank me because he thinks I'm respecting it, you know? Right. I feel like a little bit of that mind game, but Closer was pathing up, so he felt comfortable to stay around and farm it up. Wasn't worried about the Graves gank coming in, and of course, Graves Orianna, not exactly incredible gank assistance there. Yep. So it's going to be safe, and looks like Bjergsen will try to shove out one more wave and then reset, while Damonte just is going to wait in base and blow his TP here.
Bone Plating knocked off, follow-up auto attack. Bit of damage with Biofrost, but he's regenning decently well overall. Gold is tied across the field, carrying the same amount of farm. This is the wave you want to recall often. You can see Biofrost already starting his. Devil's have no problem with the BF sword of 45 CS. That's more than enough to make the one come through, so pretty standard stuff out of the TSM bot lane. Now looks towards the top side as Broken Blade tries to find some CC on Hanser. Hanser walks away. And we can see who's doing well in gold overall. Yeah, pretty close across every role, under 100 across in any individual matchup. Top lane in a weird spot. It's overextending, forcing Hanser to walk up to do this. He was going to want it back before too terribly long either.
Yep, but with him being 6 on that wave, that's why they look for that gank. And I know the gank looks kind of awkward. It's like, well, it's a pretty low chance to work. That's really your last chance to actually gank Mordekaiser, so they're trying to see if they can happen.
Easy Q, easy gold card, a lot of CC. The flash puts him back in the turret range. He's got to be careful. Hooked right back in. Good damage, but Bjergsen, I don't think he could move the Q in time to get the shockwaves, so Closer gets right back out.
Yeah, the gold card actually expired because they waited so long there. So Damonte popped it very early, and I think had he not done that, I think they kill Thresh. Because they could have had the the binding into the gold card. Instead, they just had the binding. It expired. He was able to flash out. But yeah, Bjergsen not able to get the ball over in time and get that shockwave down. Was a little bit late. I think he was trying to go for the deliberate timing of pulling the Lee Sin out of the portal, perhaps. But either way, not going to be able to get the kill there. So it is just a couple summoners off of Biofrost.
Now we can see a small gold lead on the Golden Guardian side as recalls come through. Dragon being started in the face of Spica, but as somehow the wave was manicured in Golden Guardian's favor, Double H is forced to be under the turret, losing your BF sword 80 carry as the mid lane has come back to lane, means it's not too much of a problem. And the early Cloud Drake will go over. 10% ulti CDR, gonna feel real great picked up before Damonte has to press R the first time.
Yep, both for Damonte as well as for Hanser. I think that's actually pretty impactful. I would also say, it's kind of illustrates how important that previous play was. Biofrost getting caught there actually forced him to be on a reset. He couldn't just stay out on the map map when
Are
he's
you
down
the
low.
hunter?
So that means that Doublelift has to take control over the wave, and Doublelift has to allow FBI and Huhi to push them in. And that is exactly why he's under the turret when they can start up that dragon. So, you know, even though they didn't get the kill on Biofrost, the chain of events after it actually led them to getting the first dragon, which is really, really nice for Golden Guardians. They're going to be able to start off on the right foot here once again in Game 2.
All right, so blue buff being attacked here. Speaking of feel comfortable to knock this one down without any issues. Bjergsen said, yeah, this guy is low. I think he's recalling away. In fact, he was doing that. So Damonte, not on the map right now. Smite to guarantee in case someone was in the brush. And Speak gets a blue buff steal, which is pretty solid. Meanwhile, his bottom jungle is completely safe. A couple defensive control wards from TSM. You can see one near mid lane, one in front of the blue. Means that jungle, that side of the jungle really entirely is safe right here. He goes to move around in his red, and Closer goes, this is the second time I've lost part of my jungle to you. Can you stop this?
It's the Graves way. And you know, so far, it's been kind of 2 games where Spica has been playing this Graves, and he's actually been getting CS advantages, but it has been Closer investing his time and actually helping out the lanes. And Broken Blade's taking a lot of damage, so Haunter is actually just going to commit the ulti.
Ulti used to take the fight, does get knocked up. The rest of the squad's coming in pretty soon. Flashes away from the knock as Damonte now shows up. Now Bjergsen here as well. Shocker's not going to be committed for that one. Didn't want to burn it as the guy was too healthy, but it will force recalls away.
Yeah, so overall, I still think TSM come out ahead there because they got, you know, both the ultimate and the TP actually off Damonte, or was that a spellbook that swapped over to TP?
Yeah, I think it's spellbook.
Okay, so it was just the ultimate then. But either way, you know, still going to be pretty happy about that. And that's why Bjergsen was actually holding his teleport and not TPing back to lane. You know, was trying to make sure that he could respond to a play like that. So both sides ended up trading pretty even. Golden Guardians will come out ahead with the Rift Herald here, though.
Yeah.
Doublelift was able to push in bottom lane and have that wave pushing back towards them, so a little bit of a CS advantage there. But Golden Guardians actually, you know, move their bottom lane over to mid. They're going to send Damonte now down towards that bottom lane, and we'll see if Bjergsen can get anything done in the mid lane, because he will have the blue buff advantage and should be able to hold pretty comfortably with blue buff, I think, against this middle lane.
A lot of ward control right now on the bottom jungle by TSM, an aggressive control ward, a regular invisible one down there as well by the red buff. Going to give a lot of vision down there as the lane swap around. Bjergsen going to try to 1v2 against Huhi and FBI. He says, all right, Doublelift and Biofrost, you had your turn. Let me do it. He's the fan vote MVP from Twitter. Closer going to smite this red, but again, he's dancing around some wards right now. TSM nearby. And Closer gets the sixth sense to just hide away from that one. That would have been certain death if he walked into a hook there.
Yeah, if it was a split second earlier, they could have potentially even smoted away and then got a kill. So I really do like the deep vision. I think it's extra important when you're playing against champions like TF to have deep vision to be able to track where they are going, because it's not as though he's level 16 at this point and can just ult super, super far. You know, the rank 1 ultimate has relatively limited range. You have to move about halfway up the map. So if Damonte goes missing from bottom lane, you will likely see him around that red buff before he could ult towards mid lane and actually attack Bjergsen. So this allows them to play a little bit less defensive anytime he just goes into fog, because you have wards tracking where he needs to be.
Yeah, you know, if he's actually making the trip all the way over. There, Cannon going to be knocked down, I believe not by Damonte himself. I think the turret last hit that one. Still a very small lead. Yeah, you missed the cannon. It's just unwinnable game at that point. I mean, why even bother playing it out? TSM, congratulations, you made it to Worlds. Cloud9, yeah, you're not going to get to play this one out either. You know, it's just how it is. So when the recall comes through for Biofrost, he's moving around. We have the Mount Drake spawning in 1 minute's time. I'm curious what it's going to look like, as the mid lane push hasn't amounted to much turret pressure. The Rift Herald will be coming down pretty soon, you have to imagine. It's been in inventory for 2 minutes so far. Closer finishes Warrior Enchant, same here for Spica. No boots for either jungler, Abyssal Mask close for Broken Blade, and another recall going to come through for Bjergsen. Now, only 40 seconds on Drake. He'll be there in time, but he can't really fight for the ward control. So if Golden Guardians takes the bottom river, it's going to be vision deficit for TSM. A bot pushed in, easy farm for Doublelift, as Archangels is, of course, a very worthy power spike and one worth recalling for. Drake's up at 25.
Yeah, and I honestly think that TSM should be pretty happy about how the early stages have gone. The gold is very even. There's no kills on either side, and I talked about how, you know, the Ornn and the Orianna want time to scale. They want to be able to, you know, sit back and play a bit of a slower pace. Even though they did give up the first dragon, it wasn't like instantly on spawn, you know, and they have the ability potentially to contest at the second dragon to really slow down that snowball towards the soul. If they can get one dragon here, that would buy themselves so much time before any potential soul can come through. And then at that point, you know, TSM can give up a dragon or two and make sure that they're really in the right spot to fight.
Golden Guardians eyeing the bottom lane right now. Close showing up in the lane. This looks like it's going to be a Herald summon, potentially, and some real turret damage.
I would like that.
Of course, can move around. There's the first plate knocked off. Herald always means 2, and never quite 3 plates by itself, at least in the early game.
Yeah.
And timer is ticking down. We're down about 30 seconds left on the Herald, so you've got to summon it pretty much on this wave. You're not summoning it for anything useful at all. At some point, you got to get the crash.
He should just drop it, and then TSM either don't respond to it and lose their tower, or they do respond to it and they lose the dragon, but TSM is just going to rush this down. It will be a steal.
Shockwave, it's not going to be the smite in time. Well done to Bjergsen. He might have been in range, but it was a better smite by Spica. There's the charge. There's 2 plates, 300 gold going over to close. But end of the day, all it got were those 2 plates. TSM secured the Drake. Well played to them. Even as Haunter TP's down, he gets nothing for it.
It felt like Golden Guardians were a little bit hesitant on committing the Rift Herald. I feel like if they did that the previous wave, it would have drawn more attention from TSM, and then they could have been the ones perhaps rushing down that dragon, getting the inside track. But Spica does secure this one for TSM, so they have bought themselves a ton of time now before any potential soul could come through, and that's exactly the situation that they want to be in. Bjergsen deserving of a lot of credit there, though. It looked like you pulled Closer out of his Q with the Shockwave, so even if you're still in range to smite, you lose the execute damage from that Lee Sin Q if it does not connect. It actually has to arrive at the target, so that makes it so much easier for Spica to actually land the smite there.
Well done, and it's going to be TSM feeling pretty comfortable now as they've split the Drakes pretty equally. Ulti used by Haunter, he's got teammates coming around as well. Broken Blade can't sidestep much. Here comes the rest of the damage. Closer's waiting around in the wings. There's the slow. There is absolutely no way out. A late first blood at 1350 and change. Closer gets 400 gold in his pockets.
Well done. They sent 4 top last time they wanted to look for this. They did it again here, but they only needed 2. Damonte showing up pretty much unneeded, and Huhi made the roam, not able to get much done there himself. But let's watch this one more time. Pretty simple. I mean, this is a full HP Ornn, but he knows with the assistance coming through, he just has to keep him in place. The TF ultimate was committed. Broken Blade getting very low, and I think that TF at this point, as soon as they saw the TF ult, you can see that Spica's just farming grubs. Like, there's actually no point in going over there because you can't get multiple members to be able to fight back. So you just give it up. You say, all right, well, we got the TF ult, we got multiple things. It's okay if our orange just dies once. And honestly, with the kill going over to Lee Sin, you're not too bothered as TSM.
Yeah, overall solid stuff. Monte not even getting the assist onto that one, so you can see a little shockwave there onto Haunter. He has ult down for the time. Bjergsen not quite stunned, couldn't get the rest of the AoE. Ult going to be dodged away as well. A little bit too far back on that one. Couldn't have really flashed over it anyway, but no real play to be had. A couple of ultis traded out and nothing else picked up here, but an 1,800 gold lead to Golden Guardians, and only about 200 of that is Damonte with the capacity. So overall earning more gold as a team and having a pretty solid mid game here as Golden Guardians.
They definitely are, but the scaling is really good over on the side of TSM. There's more items do come unblocked. That is always a concern. Was a critical sidestep also from Bjergsen on that Huhi ultimate, because if the Bard ult does connect over onto Bjergsen, it's a pretty easy setup for Closer to just kick him in immediately thereafter and get that kill. So he's able to stay alive, and Golden Guardians, I think, doing okay, but given the state of the game and the compositions, I actually favor TSM from this game.
Wards at work. Spica takes the entire chicken camp and puts close down to half HP, and it's an easy lantern away. Biofrost, well done from you. As the top laners are now fighting, as Damonte moves up to that side of the map, says, I'll have my turn fighting Broken Blade. Difficulty being, he's got a magic damage top laner, so Broken Blade already went Abyssal Mask. He is all magic resist, no armor. That's still going to hurt Damonte. Huhi tries to fight over this one. Spica's here as well, but this time around can't steal it. So top lane, or top river, Scuttle Crab goes to Golden Guardians.
So I'm actually really curious now when and if members on TSM are going to start picking up QSS, right? Because that was such a big point of discussion in the previous series. You know, Double Lift on his Caitlyn game against the Mordekaiser, he was on 2 items, goes for the Zeal instead of the QSS, and he gets soloed out in a critical fight against Haunter, and there was a lot of criticism towards Double Lift, both for how he played that fight, but also, you know, for not having QSS. And Spica in this, it's going to be critical if they're playing around dragons for him to be able to QSS out of the Mord ultimate to be able to smite those dragons. So interested to see, you know, does he go for it after 2 items? 1v1 here from Haunter and Bjergsen.
And Bjergsen dodges every single skill shot so far. Haunter's landed the ulti and nothing else. That was point and click, 0 way to live. Beautiful out of Bjergsen, and now the re-engage could be just as good. No way out for Damonte, even gets the casual extra stun onto Huhi. TSM taking control on the bottom side and just ties up the gold +4 as his turret will fall.
Bjergsen with the outplay there, utilizing the phase rush perfectly to just dodge everything Haunter could do, taking down his former teammate. They get the tower, they get the kill. Bjergsen just played this really, really well here. Haunter has no MR, of course, at this point. He lands the QW right on the edge of it. Phase rushes proc, the ultimate comes through, dodges the E, dodges the Q. At that point, as Haunter, you basically know you're dead. You're just hoping that your team is going to win the fight thereafter. But Biofrost was here faster. The hook for Damonte gets him nowhere. Straight into the flash. Broken Blade was there as well. So Golden Guardians had no hope, and now it's doubleth on FBI.
FBI saving the cleanse for later in the game. As he's healthy enough to be fine on that one, who he grabs a bit of hot chocolate and looks around the top side of the map. But TSM have turned the corner. Looks like this team is ready to keep the fight going, but they are missing most engage ult. Only Shockwave is up. Otherwise, they can't pick a fight too easily, but with numbers and health lead, they're going to go for both sides of the map right now. Zika still with the Ocean Break. Just the squad stopping the attempt at Rift Herald, and TSM looking good in game 2.
They really are. And off of that previous play, because there's no TF ultimate, no Mordekaiser ultimate, Golden Guardians simply don't feel comfortable to actually take a fight at the Dragon. You know, it would feel too risky for them at that point. So they tried to make it a trade for Rift, but as you say, TSM dissuade them. They're soloing up the Dragon at the same time. They do get the bottom lane turret, and it actually looks like they're going to get mid lane here too. So Golden Guardians will get a very good injection of gold. But it is TSM working towards that opening soul. They're the first on the 2 dragons. Oh, nice catch here.
This is big. 2 ultis. Here comes an attempted stun, but Biofrost burns the stopwatch, so Doublelift is not stunned. There is no target to turn it into. Allows the squad to get away. It's a turret and nothing else.
Yeah, that was actually a critical stopwatch there. You know, Speak able to flash out after he went into that stopwatch. So still, Golden Guardians do get 2 towers. You're going to be feeling pretty darn good about that. But TSM escape with their lives, because that was looking like it was going to be 2 kills, and that was a really high value stopwatch, which bought the rest of TSM time to get in there and defend their jungler and support.
Yeah, cannot emphasize enough that stopwatch. Save Speak his life, he flashed away. I'm pretty sure who he timed the Q correctly to get a double stun if that was going to happen. Obviously, you've got EF behind you as well. And instead, nothing happens there. The turret, of course, is nice. It means the gold lead is back to a 1,000 lead for Golden Guardians overall. And now we'll see what happens next, because it had felt like TSM was overall winning around the map, except when they could get the really good TF ultimates in. 3 minutes on the Drake, still to go.
And that's going to be something TSM will have to be careful about the entire game through, right? You really have got to make sure that you're not in an easy-to-kill position. You know, if you're 1v1ing against Mordekaiser can ult you to buy time for TF to come through. And then even if you're doing okay with 1v1, TF shows up, you get killed off. So that's always going to be a threat throughout the entire game. But the gold lead is really not an issue at all. You know, Bjergsen is obviously, you know, working towards his second item. Broken Blade just hit 13, so he's got the double upgraded Ornn items now, which is a lot of extra gold there. TF gold is kind of lying to you as well. Broken Blade just looking like he wants to push this in.
Yeah, he went in as Vega came around, but then Closer showed up as well. Broken Blade getting some decent damage. Here's a bit of a trade of fights. And Haunter, low enough on health, doesn't really want to ult, he doesn't have to, but there's going to go for the flash with the kickback. Broken Blade flashed away here as well. So Closer, if he ever wants to R-flash, could do so. Doesn't go for the play. Just the board hop is enough. But now, a re-engage towards Biofrost. This time, they're going to land everything they could want. A single auto finally knocks him down. If you land the ult, you land the Caitlyn trap, and you are dead from there.
Really nicely done. Good catch on the rotation there from Golden Guardians, but good ult.
Is a setup for a double shockwave, and that is who he forced to flash away. Not something he wanted out of that one. Ulti's down, but it doesn't matter. Mid-turn's gonna fall.
Okay, TSM battling back, you know, do force out the flash, they take the tower, so tower for a support. TSM gonna be pretty happy about that, steal away the Raptors as well. But I have to question Broken Blade playing that so aggressively. It didn't feel like I get it if like Blade's like hard or something, but it was not that case whatsoever, and they just kind of committed the ultimate, you know, forgetting about the fact that TF could actually respawn, so they had to go fully. And honestly, it's that his support and top laner. So you've got to play with patience, even if you can win the 2v2. If you do not see that the TF is specifically out of range on the other side of the map, it's not a 2v2, because the TF is always going to show up to those types of fights.
Now, interesting point here. We talked about Ornn power spikes a lot. Speaking of Broken Blade, he's got his first 2 items online, right? Abyssal Mass, Sunfire Cave, great. No one on TSM has an Ornn item yet. QSS comes through for Spica, love it, totally great item right here, but Arcane doesn't upgrade, Vance doesn't upgrade, Essence Reaver and Hurricane don't upgrade, the Zeke's Rush for Thresh is a great item, but also doesn't upgrade, so he's going to sit there for a while waiting for a Black Cleaver or a third item, i.e. And that means no QSS for double if that's the case, you know, or death cap, which is maybe third in for Bjergsen.
I hear you, and I think that it's pretty defensible, though, in this situation.
Oh, totally.
It is something that makes sense to talk about, as Haunter, you know, he doesn't want to ult now because he knows he's just going to get chased down and killed after it, but he has to use that ult potentially defensively, but QSS is there, so he is just going to be probably gone.
Definitely in a 1v3. Thresh was up here as well. Of course, he instant QSS to knock that one down, so it's a great cooldowns, and at the end of the day, it is mid lane pressure. Golden Guardians know they are roughly 3v2 in this side of the map. Arrow's going to land. Here comes the cleanse away, trying to get the damage, dodges the Q. Spica's in to block the rest of that one. How about the rest of the knockup? So ult comes across, they finally get the snipe. FPS gonna run out of health though. Spica needs one more auto attack. He can't reload in time. It's not an automatic shotgun. It's got 2 barrels, but now Bjergsen right behind him. Look for this one as well. That's gonna be an easy cleanup. 2 kills picked up, but 2 traded back.
Very aggressive play there. FBI trying to go for the punish. He is able to pull it off and kill off double, but you kind of have to question if it's really worth it, because they committed a lot. They committed 3 summoners to get that 2-for-2 kills. They don't end up getting tower, but they are creating some space for Damonte up on this top side, and we'll see what he can get done with it. But yeah, I mean, I really do like the discussion about the Ornn items here. Another free dragon, though, giving over to TSM. I feel like if you give Ocean Soul to this sort of team, like, you're pretty much just losing, because you're not going to one-shot the Ornn. Here it is one more time. Broken Blade with the initial really strong trade, and because he has the QSS, he can go very aggressively for this now, knowing that even if he gets ulted, Bjergsen is going to be behind him. Quick QSS is popped as soon as that comes through. Haunter flashing away, but of course TheYProxy was there to corral it. But yeah, I mean, it's always an interesting discussion, because it's like, in this case, you know, what would Bjergsen have gotten earlier to actually get it, right? He feels he needs some defensive itemization, so, you know, it's defensible to go for the Banshees. Here again is this play, trying to go very aggressive. They do trade the kill over onto Double Lift, and you know, FBI playing this out really, really well, kiting just out of range, and the reload, as you called out, you know, not there in time for the Graves, but Bjergsen does clean it up and grab the double buffs for himself, so, you know, TSM's not going to be too concerned about that overall, and I assume that we're going to have, you know, probably QSS on double lift, and he'll work towards IE, probably death cap, and these types of items will come through next. And then we'll start to see those Ornn items come through. But to your point, it's going to be a long time before they actually get that additional value, because he's already level 15 and there's nothing even in sight. None of the components are even there for items.
He's the No Magic Mantle in for double lift. That is the push towards QSS. I would be shocked if it's Hex Breaker or a Death Dance, though theoretically it is possible. Wait to see what comes through. Yeah, I doubt that highly. You know, Abyssal Mask. Abyssal Mask, I think that's another option there. Wit's End, he's got Hurricane, there's synergy there. All theoretically options, so they are unlikely. Mid lane is being cleared back and forth. It is an 1800 gold lead for Golden Guardians. They do have more cash money overall, and again, it's not because of TF passive. He's actually down in gold against Bjergsen. The other members are ahead, Closer and FBI, the primary ones. FBI actually 1,700 gold up, but has a lower DPS build. It's lower spell damage, it's lower auto attack DPS. It gets him that 1 auto if he needs to play very far back and hide from Orianna or hide from Ashe. But you will never kill Ornn because you have 1 extra auto attack. That is still not a team fight build. It is a poke out a turret build, which can make sense in a split push combo. As TSM knocked on the mid lane, no one is here to defend. Is gone, and TSM ties the turret score.
The other thing to take note of is the fact that FBI has been getting a lot of solo experience. He's playing Cleanse, so he's less worried about getting picked off. He's level 14, right? He is very high level on this Caitlyn, so he is working towards that big third item, whether it's going to be the S3 for the Storm Razor, we will find out. But then at that point, he's going to be very well online with all the additional KD. TSM, though, pushing up here. Remember, they are the ones at soul point. The fact that Golden Guardians hasn't had the confidence to teamfight at any of the last couple of dragons, it does not bode very well for them, because TSM is going to be at this dragon, and Golden Guardians either give up soul for free, and then they're trying to play some sort of wild game where they never interact with TSM ever again, or they have to take the fight and find the correct angle. Because, you know, TF, the power in your ultimate is very much about finding mismatched fights, right? It's not necessarily about the straight up combat power. It's more about, oh, you're in a side lane 1v1, now it's 2v1. Whereas, you know, Orianna is just built differently, right? And Bjergsen has the components of that death cap, possibly could get towards the death cap completion before this next dragon comes through if they, you know, give him some of the jungle camps and funnel him some of this farm. That would be massive, not only because he would get the huge power spike from the completion, but it would be immediately upgraded by the Ornn. So Bjergsen would be absurdly strong. I also don't know how close he is to 16, but if he could get there also, Orianna Shockwave on really any of the carries would probably seal that fight.
Yeah, these guys are not tanky at all. There's a Rod of Ages for health, and that is it. Mikhail's not going to do a whole lot for you overall. I'm curious what the fight looks like if Hunter can get his ulti off fully on someone. We already saw Drift ulti the guy last time, but I think he can lock out Thresh for a bit. Thresh actually gets a lot of AP at least stats to poach there.
If you win that 4v4, that's
no, not with Horn.
Exactly. Like there's 3 QSSs, and there's a Banshee's Veil on Bjergsen, and he's going to be pretty far back. So it's generally speaking, it should be hard for him to get in range. Yeah, and he wins. So it's like, okay, who cares about the ulti anymore? TSM has itemized effectively against it. Yes, they paid that price. So that's not a BF sword. It does less inventory. He's going to do less damage, but it really does reduce your options. And it also has the added value of you're playing against a TF and you're playing against a Bard. So if you get Bard stunned, if you get gold carded, if you even accidentally step on a trap or whatever, you can remove that. With the trap interaction, I do believe that you still get that free headshot as Caitlyn.
Yeah.
Even if you get out of that trap. But, you know, there's going to be something you can QSS in a fight to the death. Very, very likely.
And now TheYProxy has one. He's joined the roster. He's got more stuff. So now Hanser is in another 1v2. Flashes away from the knockup. Bjergsen runs at 9,000 miles an hour, knocks off the Banshee's Veil, and now slowly walks at him and can't do nearly enough damage. Just for good measure, pops the Seraph's shield. These fights are absolutely not close. So Golden Guardians are going for broke. They're trying to rush down this Baron as fast as possible. Spica is nearby. Bardal hits. They can run this one down. They can burst it down. They can grab the pickup. They grab the smite. But how about the rest of this fight? How about the rest of the crowd control? Is there a battle to be had in the 5v4? QSS popped to get away from the gold card stun. 1 kill for a Baron is nice, but guess what? The Ocean Drake is alive.
Exactly, and Bjergsen is doing it. So that's 3 uncontested dragons in a row. Bjergsen didn't even commit the ultimate to actually winning that 1v1 against Hanser. He did get the death cap before coming in, so Bjergsen is absurdly strong. And now Ornn is well and truly unkillable. Ornn with this amount of items, you know, plus the Ocean Soul, I just don't see how you're going to be able to kill him in any sort of a reasonable fight if it's a 5v5, you know, with the shielding and the protection from the rest of the team and the threat that the other members do put in. So yes, there is this kind of brief moment of power where you have the Baron buff on 4 members. That's great for Golden Guardians, but I actually think that TSM make the intelligent call to just take Soul, not fully commit to that 4v4, because Bjergsen committed his TP to the bot side, and just say, all right, we sit back, we wait out this Baron buff, and then we go on the offensive. Their Baron buff is gone, and we have Ocean Soul forever.
Yep. So it's really up to Golden Guardians to use the injection of gold and the injection of experience from killing Baron to say, look, we are more powerful right now. This is our time to do something with this, with the Red Bull Baron, to push in and find themselves some kind of a lead and say, look, you can still boil down Ocean Soul to stats. It is some amount of health over the course of a team fight. That is a number that you can quantify to a certain degree and say, okay, if we're up 4,000 gold, 5,000 gold, we're roughly as strong as Ocean Soul, compositions notwithstanding, obviously relevant here as well. But they've got to get to that point. They have to make that happen and retain that gold lead, or it's not going to matter anymore. Great Bard ulti is going to stop the first engage, but is there a fight they can have? Spica healing up on the minion wave, right? The Ocean Soul doing some dividends, getting the health bar up, but hey, they are forcing them back. They are dealing enough damage to say, okay, you might regen, but your health bars are low right now. Mid lane tier 2 is gone. Let's keep going. Bear buff is on for another solid minute. Demonte pushes in top. That turret's at 20%. Mid lane's under siege right now. They're going to keep trying.
That Bard ult was actually so sick because Bjergsen came down from top lane to go for the 5v4. But that Bard ult completely denied the engage and not only saved that mid lane, it got the free time for TF up on that top side to get damage down on that inhibitor tower. So the inhibitor tower, you know, very slowly will regen, but it's really low on health. So if Bjergsen has to step away at all, you know, one Lichbane blue card, and that's probably just dead at this point. So really nice play from who he has been outstanding lately for Golden Guardians, and
good damage and pile cross from a trap.
Yeah, trying to aggressively wave clear here.
And this is kind of the timing here. 20 seconds left on Baron buff, 20 seconds and change on Ash Arrow, a bit less than that for that one side, a bit more than that for Broken Blades, Call of the Forge God. Those are the cooldowns Golden Guardians are playing around, trying to land snipes, trying to use rapid fire cannon autos for a bit of damage. Here comes TF ulti, Broken Blades at half HP, Bardal up again, catches double lift, more damage, double knockup, hard engage, he's running out of health, but they might knock down Broken Blade, but they can't quite do it. He regens up, gets a shield, gets alive, and that is Baron buff timing out. The gold lead only 2,000, and as these teams reset, TSM, you gotta feel their favorite here.
they're very favored from this point forward, especially because they haven't been able to take any 5v5s. And guess what's coming in under 3 minutes? It is the Elder. That is generally the GG buff. That thing is insanely strong, and TSM are going to have their eyes on it. They couldn't crack any of the inhibitor towers because of that great defensive play from Huhi. They almost got that top lane turret, but since it's still closed off, there's not the potential of just TF ulting into the base to take down the inhibitor itself or any sort of shenanigans like that. So it was actually really critical that they kept that turret alive.
And as we turn the corner here, it is now TSM point of view. The team in the driver's seat, the team that, yeah, the technical gold lead is not with them, but they are the stronger squad on the map right now. It is up to ingenuity from Golden Guardians. How good is your split push? The spooky ghosts are in the twin shadows for Damonte to find those picks out in the wings, to find the openings there. Red buff being started. It's on some vision, and a nice snipe by FBI is going to grab the red buff. He's got to get the Mikhails. The Clane's got to flash away, stays alive. Ulti going to catch Biofrost, and TPs are coming in from all sides. Closer goes for the kick, catches Biofrost 1 for 0. 5v4 the team fight. How good is it going to look? A double knockout for Broken Blade, and Closer forced away as well. Huhi low on health. Hanser pulled into the Death Realm with the Broken Blade here as well. A snipe on Double puts him at half HP. FBI maybe can be the carry. More damage on Broken Blade, but the cleanse, the Mikhails, all those are on cooldown. No longer has tools to get away from Hard CC. But somehow Golden Guardians found a way to burst a squishier member, to burst down Biofrost and say, look, you can't regen through death. We'll see you next time.
Nice kick onto Biofrost, but Bjergsen, I think he got way too greedy with his Shockwave. He actually tried to Shockwave FBI blind over the wall instead of just taking what looked like a guaranteed two-man Shockwave on Hanser and Huhi. And if he Shockwaves them instead, they are for sure dead. And they could have just taken, a guaranteed win. Instead, they tried to go for it all. They knew they had forced the QSS, they forced the flash, they wanted to commit to this. But again, great defensive play from Huhi, keeping him safe. And then watch when Bjergsen comes in here. He's really fishing for FBI, and they know if they kill off FBI, they hard win this fight. So instead of taking that Shockwave that was guaranteed on Huhi and Hanser, over the wall, blind, looks for it. FBI anticipates and steps back. So that is a critical error there from Bjergsen. With those two members dead, you have full run of the map. Could have probably gotten some towers as well. And, that is something where sometimes you just got to take the guaranteed kills.
Yeah, and in the day, he missed that one, and that means that it was a small team fight victory for Golden Guardians. The gold lead slightly pads in their favor, but Bjergsen still a gigantic threat. Lost the Banshee's Veil. Oh, he's going to land. Again, they've got to find the play. They've got to find the CC. They've got to find the stun. The kick gets him over the wall. They're going to chase it down, though, and that's going to be the shutdown. The damage was there, and it's time to chase on down. Without Bjergsen, this fight is a lot easier. Doublelift burns the QSS, flashes away from Hanser. Knockup engages there. He's going to pull the ulti into Broken Blade. They're going to fight 1v1 as Speak is forced to run backwards. Easy scuttle take here for TSM. But it's going to be Golden Guardians who want to chase Spica at 200 health. Flashes over the wall, and there is no contest here for the Elder Dragon. Spica trying to regen up. He gets a lot. Ocean Drake plus hitting jungle monsters, but it is a 5v4. Bjergsen cannot be in this fight, and they cannot steal the Elder Dragon. So Golden Guardians again find the pick they need. The ulti from Huhi sets it up, and they kill Bjergsen this time.
What can't this guy do? Huhi is just on fire, refusing to lose here against TSM. Finds the ulti on Bjergsen right after they poked off the Banshees, and I didn't catch what actually was the spell that got it off. So Caitlyn Q then poking that Banshees off into the Huhi ultimate, killing off Bjergsen, and that gives them the Elder. The Elder gives them the Baron, and that gives them a shot in this game. We go to the Honda performance replay. It was, in fact, that Piltover Peacemaker. As soon as it's knocked off, that is a close-range Bart ultimate. You have to flash that. You cannot step outside when it is coming from that close, and then the pink wards come down on the Lantern, kicked over the wall, away from it, and he just gets burst down. It looked for a second like he might have been able to escape. Doublelift with the instant QSS on that gold card, had to flash out as well to avoid Hanser on the flash pull-in. If he died there, it could have been even worse. But Bjergsen not able to flash that, perhaps didn't realize that his Banshee's Veil had been popped off by the Q.
If there's a time to win the game, it is now. You are never getting stronger than this point in. You were never getting stronger than this. Ocean Soul lets your tanks regen. It does not do a lot for your squishies. You have Elder buff for 1:10. You have Red Bull Baron for 2:10. It is time to kill the base. You are never going to be more power spiked than this. Biofrost tries to find the hook, can't find it just yet. This turret is gone. How many inhibs will they get? Can they reach the Nexus? Top lane turret gonna fall as well. Double inhib is a guarantee. Still 54 seconds on Elder, and Doublelift gets a nice shield from Orianna. Means he barely feels the ulti out from Caitlyn. Bot wave not anywhere close. They're going for the Nexus on this. TSM must mount the defense on these turrets. Top lane under fire. Ball somewhat near where the siege would be. They keep spreading around, looking to knock down the waves back and forth. Double cannon wave is in. Bjergsen knocks them down a bit. 2 autos will kill that one off. Banshee's Veil not yet knocked off Bjergsen. He is still not a target. 1 auto will knock down that top turret. Rapid fire cannon does do its worth in gold when you need the little pot shots to knock those turrets down. Double does the best to wave clear. Gets a little bit of poke on FBI. Elder buff gone in 15 seconds. That is most of the combat power that Golden Guardians have. They walk in the next wave. They are not out on the top turret just yet, but they really need to put a couple of shots in. Bot lane taking some damage. A couple of cannon minions there as well. A little bit more poke comes in. First turret finally falls. Baron on for 1 minute here as the Elder falls off. Golden Guardians go for the ulti. They get 2. They get 2. Here comes the engage, and they're going to pull back double lift, and flashless, he will die. A stopwatch. A Zonius keeps Damonte alive. The second turret is now gone as well, and they've pulled in the fight. They've looked for the kill. Broken Blade burns the QSS. The Nexus is falling, and Golden Guardians 2-0.
Mä katon LCS, se ei oo kiinnostava. Se on kyllä totta. Mulla on 5 vaihtoehtoa.
But all my light puns would have brightened your day.
Todennäköisesti. Mä haluaisin ton pyken, niin mä voisin pelaa sitä, kun sillä pystyy kantaa aika lujaa näissä peleissä. Maksaa vaan maltaita.
Are you the hunter or the prey?
Olla Yasua. Tää Morgana on ehkä paras tähän. Ärsyttää kyllä nämä pienet vaihtoehdot. Se on tämmönen Silverelon tuhoaja. Ei ihmistä osaa pelastaa vasta. Meillä on erittäin vaikea leini tässä. Toi Sveini panee sua aika kovaa. Samoin Jini. Joo. Mitä? En mä tiedä. Ei kai. Heidi, mä en tiedä mitä nää suositukset on, mutta älä näikin pelaa tämmösen. Jeesus Kristus. Mulla menee nyt hetki, kun mä vaihan näitä Heidin asetuksia tän. Mulla on semmoista odottata bindit, että huhhuh.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Mä unohdin ostaa itemit. Tää oli loistava.
Minions have spawned.
You wish to learn the hard way, I see. Would you pass me that potion? The goggles.
Void rule number 1. Don't die. I like it here. I do.
Joo, tässä on Smart-kästi jostain syystä täällä. Aivan loistava. Niillä oli varti siinä. Sori mummo.
This world is changing. We decide. Learn from me. Has been slain. A good day for a hunt. Forgiveness is hard, but so very.
Käyttää Wardin tonne Riverille.
I was spared.
Kindred on tossa potsaiden. Nää tohon Riverille.
I returned stronger than I left.
Kyllä tosta pystytä fightaa.
Eternal twilight calls for you. Monsters are everywhere. Survival is an instinct. This skin is fashioned for survival and honed for wisdom.
Tää pitäis olla kuolla.
You have slain an enemy. That's one.
Meillä olisi paljon farmis jäljellä, vaikka me fightattiin tossa varmaan minuutti putkeen.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Exploit this.
Toi Jini pelkää mua ihan kauheasti.
Stay alert. Stay aggressive. A moving target lives longer. Damn it. Damn it. Exploit their mistakes. Survival means
Armoroi.
I need to gather my strength. Feed the beast, albeit to me. Killing spree. Hold our ground. Attack them and theirs. I came back for the others who could not. Oh, trees. How I missed them.
An enemy has been slain.
I came for the hunt, but I'll stay for the fruit. They will come. We'll be ready.
Hyvä, kiitos.
The suit hunts in the manner I choose.
Sitten asuusti ottais mitään. Okei, nyt se meni midi.
That's three.
Hän ois vielä kutonen.
I'll be back. Get up, stand firm, strike hard.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
That I was how seriously we were. Memories comfort.
Oh no. Oh. Se oli mielenkiintoinen fight.
It's fight or flight. Only now I do not run. I can make a difference. Let them come to us. This skin lives on me and hunts with me.
An enemy has been slain.
Void will remain. An enemy has been don't die. And 4. I like it here. I just might stay.
Shut
I
down.
will make a difference here. This world is changing. We decide into what. This is learn from it.
Turret plating will soon fall.
It's a good day for a hunt.
Unstoppable. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Forgiveness is hard, but so very much.
Ally has been slain.
consume. Monsters are everywhere.
Rampage.
Tää ei haluu Fluensta takaisin aika paljon.
Survival is an instinct we all have. This world is changing.
An enemy has been slain.
Onko tää Drake? Saattaa kohdasta. Viisi äijää ja se on perässä. Jep. Tää Yvi on kyllä keskittynyt ihan liikaa farmaamiseen. Ei se sinänsä huono juttu on, mutta ei se kauheasti objektiiveja kautta.
Stay alert. Stay aggressive.
Your team has destroyed an enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has
Okay.
prey.
Are you the hunter or the prey?
Mitä runet mulla oli viime pelissä? Mulla oli elektrokute. Mitä hemputteen? Mä olin avannut ton professorin, mutta mä en oo laittanut runeen näköön. Eihän se huonosti toiminut. Ei kauheasti toi sudden impact kyllä tee Morganalla. Itse voisin mennä nää samoin, vaan muutan sudden impact joksikin muuksi. Nää on just tämmösiä niinku, kun Silveris näkee näitä, nää pikkaa jonkun Yasuo ja Malphite ja nää luulee, että nää tulee joku huippukombo, mutta ne ei ikinä hittaa sitä 5 miehen ja Malphite ulti. No perpe.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Stay with me, and we live.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Siis... Ei, mä en ymmärrä.
The suit hunts in the manner I choose.
Minions have spawned.
Tämä on loistava tilaisuus.
This is my purpose. Learn from me.
Mä yritän pöllit ton ready, jos se aloittaa sieltä. Ainahan aloittaako. Ei näköjään.
I return stronger than I left. I will make a difference here.
First blood.
A moving target lives longer.
Tuntuu, että meillä tulee olla piidattu Yasuo tässä pelissä vastas. Sä tapoit sen.
This skin is fashioned for survival and honed by instinct. Feed the beast, or be its meal.
An ally has been slain.
Vision can make all the difference. Exploit their weakness. I came for the hunt. Stay for it. Survival is an instinct we all have. We decide. Forgiveness is hard, but so very worth it.
Se nyt tähtäilee sitä sen tuplaveetä siellä.
I came back.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Tai on pelannut 4 peliä Talonia ja hävinnyt kaikki. Eikö se olisi niinku merkki, että sitä hahmoa ehkä kannata pelata?
Hold our ground. Attack them and theirs.
Okei, nyt vähän harmittaa, mutta ei onneksi liikaa.
Get up. Stand firm. Strike hard. I can make a difference here. I like it. I just have to say. Void rule number 1. Don't die. This skin lives on me and hunts with me. This world is changing. We decide into it.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm going to
An enemy has been slain.
I was spared for
Sieltä se tuli. Okei, ilmasta.
fight or flight. Only now I do not run. Survival means never stopping. The void
Take pride in trees.
Stay alert. Stay aggressive. It's a good day for a hunt. This suit hunts in the manner I choose.
Mä tiedän mitä toi Yasuo käänsi just täydelliseen aikaan. Tai pullataan. Mä en tiedä miksi. Tän tulee nimeitä.
Rampage. An ally has been
Se
slain.
peisi kättäkkäs. Ei. Vittu. Nyt suretta.
I return stronger than I left. I will make a difference here.
Miksi toi menee midiin toi arvo?
And 4.
Unstoppable.
Oh, trees.
Selvis vielä.
How I missed them.
An ally has been slain.
This skin is fashioned for survival.
Sehän oli hyvä. Jos mä olisin shieldannut sut, niin saisit selvin. No. Virheitä tapahtuu.
Killing spree.
Feed the beast, or be its meal. Damn it!
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed.
Exploit their weakness. I came for the hunt, but stay for the fruit.
An ally has been slain.
Survival is an instinct we all have. Forgiveness is hard, but so very. I came back for the others who could not.
Missä meidän Trynda menee ja miksi? Mä vähän sitä mieltä, että jos toi Tryndamere olisi tullut, niin me oltais voitettu toi taistelu. Kai sain nyt yhden tornin sieltä, mutta en tiedä, oliko se ihan se arvosta.
I like it here. I just might stay. That's enough for the moment. The hunt will begin.
An enemy has been slain.
Void rule number 1. Don't die. Monsters are everywhere. This skin lives on me.
Killing spree. An ally has been slain.
Another
Tää Trynda tajuu, että vaikka se puski stoppii koko ajan, niin ei me silti voiteta tätä peli. Se ei ikin tuu riittää niitten Nexus.
This world is changing. We decide in the world.
Voisin sinänsä mennä pelataan midiin, mutta koska mä menen midiin, niin meillä ei oo visionia missä.
This place is beautiful. I'm going to save it. I was spared for a reason.
Pystyykö tekemään tuolla Malfitelle mitä? Voit sä jysäyttää liian luja.
Exploit their mistakes. It's fight or flight. Only now I do not run. Survival means never stop. The Void knows that too.
On midistä vaan läpi. Tiedä miksi Jarmani päkkäs tossa tilanteessa kieltämään. Mä voin tietää. Mä muuten joka ikisen meidän tiimikaverin pingit. Mä en niinku... Aivot ei kestä. Mä arvostan, että mun huono pelaajat käskee mun tekee jotain. Vaikka mä oon jo tekemässä sitä. Kyllä olen sitä mieltä, että en ole. Oh no. Oh no. Nyt ollaan kyllä syvässä. Se ultas. Tryndamere ja Taloni ei tee mitään. Sen kerran kun pitäis tehdä, niin ei tehdä mitään. Jösses. On se ihme. Miksi ne farmaa jungleen? Onks tää oikeesti Silverilla? Mä muistan, että tää on ollut näin paha. Vihut on Drakeille ja Trynda vaan farmaa.
I will make a difference here.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
A moving target lives longer.
An enemy has been slain.
They will come. We'll be ready. Oh, trees. How I missed them. This skin is fashioned for survival.
Oh no.
And honed for work.
Miksi kivi sattuu näin henkisesti?
Ally has been slain.
9 lives taken.
Vittu hyödyt.
An enemy has been slain.
Feed the beast. Albeit me. Exploit their weakness. I came for the hunt, but I'll stay for the fruit. Survival is an instinct for all.
Enemy quadra
Tiedät,
kill.
tää on semmonen midi ja toppi diffi, että huhhuh. Noin 2 oli ihan vitun hyödyttömiä.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Forgiveness is hard.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Toivottavasti tulee bootseja ollenkaan.
An ally has been slain.
I came back.
Tänään tempuilla bootseja. Otis aika iso wave.
I need to gather my strength. Hold our ground. Attack them in there.
A summoner has disconnected.
friends would have brightened your day.
Are you the hunter or the prey?
Aurelia Sejuani is good. The problem is
You know that feeling when your skin crawls? Like 1,000 needles poking through every pore, blood pounding through every vein. That's just an itch compared to what lives on me.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I know how it feels
30 seconds until minions spawn.
So will you. Loves me not. Loves me not. Ugh! Loves me not. Loves me not. Ugh! Loves me not. Loves me not.
Minions have spawned.
Loves me. Loves me not. I know how it feels to fall. Huh? This place is beautiful. I'm going to save it. It's fight or flight. Only now I do not run.
Smile. Everyone is watching.
I return stronger than
Through my work, you shall transcend.
stay aggressive. This is my purpose. Learn. It's a good day for a hunt.
siihen miksi se pinkaan reikki, jos se siitä tulisi suoraan.
Void rule number 1. Don't die. I was spared. I came for the hunt. Stay for the fruit.
An ally has been slain.
Haluaisin kirjoittaa tuolla Tryndälle, että kiitos kun ilmoitit. Tai kiittää pingas. Olen huomannut noita vihuja päällä.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Survival move.
Enemy rampage.
Exploit their mistakes. Survival is an instinct we all have.
Reikki.
Slain.
I return stronger than I left.
Tää kyllä pingaa täältä Tryndämere aina.
Exploit their weakness.
An ally has been slain.
Who could not? trees. How I miss them.
Jokin sen. Ei todellakaan turret rangalta.
Turret plating will soon fall. An ally has been slain.
It's a good day for a hunt.
An ally has been slain.
Get up, stand firm, strike hard.
Double kill.
I live for the applause. You will die for it.
A moving target lives longer. Monsters are everywhere. I will make a difference.
Killing spree. Your turret has been
No ihan
destroyed.
samanlainen kuin se viime pelin tryndä. Aivan uskomaton. Ainoa asia mitä tää tekee on farma. Ei vihdoinkin.
An enemy has been slain.
Nyt se ottaa sukkiin farmit vittu oikeesti näin niinku jaksat tämmösiä kavereita. Tää äijä peittaa niin vitusti tää Tryndamere oikeesti. Mä niinku fyysisesti pysty pelaamaan tämmöstä tyyppien kanssa. Äijä pelaa ihan omaa peliä.
Stay alert. Stay aggressive.
Se menee muitten leineille farmaamaan, se on farmannut meidän jungleen ja se käy meidän leineille.
Survival means never stopping. The Void knows that. They will come. We'll be ready.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Exploit their mistakes.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
This place is beautiful. I'm going to save it. It's fight or flight. Only now I do not run. Hold our ground. Attack them in minutes. I return stronger than I left.
Pitäis taas farmaa.
Enemy has been
Tää targetikin on ihan vitun väärä. Se ottaa aina ton Leonan etöön. Olispa mulla muitakin championeita.
I like it. I just might stay. This world is changing. We decide into what. Trees. How I miss them.
Joo. Moro.
Enemy dominating. An ally has been slain.
This is my purpose. Learn from me.
An ally has
It's a
been
good day
slain.
for a hunt. I'll be back for more. Get up, stand firm, strike hard.
Turret has
nää spotista. Joo, ei ollu yhtään lähellä. Okei. Toi Akali on kyllä tommonen. Siihen ei voi osua mitään.
Fight or flight. Only now I do not run.
Toi just siis toi Sioni heitti ton se Leellä minionin mun kuun eteen. Onneksi saatiin kyllä. Liikas kyllä läheltä.
Exploit their mistakes.
Nyt Ryndemerä taas meni jäämään kiinni.
This place is beautiful. I'm going to save it. That's enough for the moment. The hunt will resume. It's fight or flight. Only now I do not run.
Mitä? Aha. Ei vittu.
Hold out ground. Attack unawares.
Mä tiedän, että tää beittaa tää tunda ihan vitusti. Taas tappoi ton vitun portin ensimmäisen. Mä en käsitä. Siis toi on oikeesti niinku ammattilaisbeittaaja. Se niinku on menossa inee, ja sit kun mä vittu engageaan senkaan, niin se lähtee heti. Vittu mikä rotta.
A moving target lives longer.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
I return stronger than I left. Close doesn't count. Stay aggressive.
Slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Mitä vittua tää tekee? Joo.
From Golden Guardians Game 2 was a narrow loss. You know, many people would call that a throw or an upset based on the game position from TSM. They had the soul, you know, and now Game 3 getting even better. Game 4 looking very dominant. Golden Guardians are now the ones on the back foot that are going to have to change something up. I don't think you can go to the Senna again. It's just not working. You need to have FBI as that massive team fight threat. He is your star. He is the guy that is the difference maker in these 5v5s, and you just can't do it the same way on the Senna that you can on the Caitlyn. So if TSM is going to be banning out the Caitlyn trying to trade for the Ashe, you either need to go blue side and take that Ashe away or ban it out, because you can't just keep doing the same thing 3 games in a row with your playoff lives on the line.
I agree. FBI has arguably been their best performing player in the postseason. Huhi very close behind that one as well. And if the bot lane is not the carry, I don't know if I like it very much. We'll see what it looks like. Of course, Golden Guardians have side selection in Game 5. I want to see them go back to blue, as you were saying here as well. So let's see if they can do it. We'll see if the reverse sweep comes through for TSM. We're heading to a short break. On the other side, our State Farm analysts will have more insight on that victory.
Oh, baby. We're going to Game 5. TSM breathing new life into this series. TSM fans will be happy to string 2 back-to-back to push us to a 5th and final game. For Golden Guardians fans, uh-oh. You're starting to worry a little bit when you've had such success against a team and all of a sudden you're feeling the series start to slip.
TSM has momentum and a huge because of how quickly that last game was. I think it was, what, 25-minute win? It is really a dire time here on the Golden Guardians camp because they do not look like they have improved. They look like they have gotten worse with each game, and TSM is getting better.
And probably, let's remember, with Golden Guardians had side selection there, opted to stay on red side. This is what they went for, but TSM completely changes things up here in game number 4, throws them for a loop.
Yeah, this was actually a pretty surprising draft, I thought, from TSM. The Set got banned, which was their first pick in game 3, so they pivoted to the Ashe. I think this was smart because, yeah, if Golden Guardians take Ashe, I don't know what you do. But I think the biggest kicker here is they kept with the strong top side, like the Jackson to Mord, and they took the Renekton and Nidalee together, and that's a really strong combination. I heard Azale talking about it on the cast. You do the stun, you throw the spear. They got a free flash out of Haunter top lane, and honestly, this series, Haunter's Golden Guardians' worst performing player right now. So I think TSM doubling down and focusing on top is a pretty interesting strategy I did not expect.
Yeah, a lot of focus towards the top lane. Sorry, Mark.
As much as the individual players on Golden Guardians have been faltering more, I gotta say their 5v5s have become awful, and TSM are punishing them so hard. Like, this is the most brute force fight I've ever seen, where you miss the E on Leona, everyone else is kiting out. Leona goes in basically to just try and stall to get the Rift Herald down, but then Galio goes in, okay, zone control, now you can maybe E away, but he flashes in with the W as well. There's no follow-up here. It was just such a brute force fight, and they kept kind of doing these situations. That was surprisingly the better of some of the recent
This is actually a very similar fight to game 3, where they hard force a Herald fight, but they don't pull the trigger instantaneously, so Leona gets caught, she gets chunked, she doesn't proc her aftershock or anything like that. And then, yeah, the Damonte Galio ult comes in really late, because I think they weren't sure of when to actually go. So this is the second time we're watching this early game Herald fight that's not necessary, and them forcing it and losing that fight.
Yeah, and from there, it's skirmish after skirmish, right? 15 minutes into the game, Bjergsen is going to get a big play here.
Oh, this one is so big. I mean, Bjergsen is going to have a really nice time, but then it starts off with a 3-on-3, and then the big one that I was looking out for here is that you see who he's positioning, right? Same thing again, the front line is really far up, then Mordekaiser also Renekton that he's able to just barely get out, then you have a really nice shockwave. So the back line of Golden Guardians is not being connected to the front line, so the front line just dies right away before any damage is done. And it's not like they have a lot of damage at this stage in the game. It's a Senna with the Graves, and the Graves is even with the Nidalee, so it's not going to be taking a fight that is in their favor, considering that the laning phase is them just getting shoved in.
Yeah, it was one of those plays where they just keep brute forcing these 5v5s early, and they're not working out. And the one thing I'll say is that after where they fall far behind, Golden Guardians found multiple fights in side lanes again. This is not going to be one of the successful ones, but they did find a couple that were successful. And they picked on Haunter a couple times, and they seem to be playing the mid-game macro and attacking side lanes a little bit better. This one was a really clever idea that didn't work out, where they say, okay, Bjerg split, let's actually rotate onto Bjerg, we can get on top of him. There's just no cue from Damonte. He gets charmed up.
They zero him out there.
Yeah, last second save by Bifrost. Huge ult stops the Q from coming through on the Galio and actually getting the kill. And then because they kind of abandoned the bot side of the play, that goes south. TSM gets those kills. And now it's just another collapse on these 3 men. And, you know, Golden Guardians is skirmishing this decently, but it's after you've already been aced and lost the Rift Herald and all the other stuff has gone wrong.
Not only were they not able to kill Bjergsen because of the lack of Damonte Q, but because the laning phase was so poor from all lanes in Golden Guardians, FBI did not have the Mirror Mana completed, so a significant amount of damage missing from the Senate that would have certainly allowed him to kill him with just the autos, and then you can ult to the other side of the fight. So they're just not recognizing that they're no longer as strong as they're used to being, still taking the same kind of fight, and obviously the results are worse.
Yeah, to Mark's point, if those earlier fights don't go so poorly, if they're not so disjointed in the early game, it is clear that Golden Guardian seems to be moving around the map and playing the macro strategy just an eensy bit better than TSM, but they got to make sure they get there on even or ahead in footing. Crumbs, my question to you, as we're going into Game 5, I want to focus all of our attention in on this 5th and final game. If you were in Golden Guardians' position, having just taken the loss, where would you be going for sides? What would be your consideration here with selection?
Well, I would not have done what Golden Guardians has done, which is go to red side. Right now in playoffs, blue side has a 60% win rate, which is much higher than the standard 52 to 54. So the fact that blue has been so successful worries me. That means that Golden Guardians is thinking about doing some sort of counter pick, trying to make sure that they can put somebody on a better matchup. And it has to be Hanser at this point because nobody else is having such a hard time. The top lane is being picked on with the double carry matchups and their losses. So I think they're trying to set up Hanser for success.
I mean, they've been losing on red, Mark. Why? Why are they doing it?
I don't know why they're going back to red. I think that there's enough in this. It's an interesting meta where there's not a ton of priority. Like, you don't need to ban certain things. You don't need to first pick certain things. So I understand the attraction of counter pick in that situation. But at the same time, I do think there are some things in this specific series that has caught my eye, like the Ashe that we've talked about, and some of these other things that I would like to see more of. And it's not like the counter picks are super hard counters right now. No one's, aside from that Jax in the previous game, no one's been going that hard on the counter. So I think there is some value in the blue side right now that I would like to see Golden Guardians prioritize, but they're going red. So what can you do?
Probably, I want to get similar thoughts from you, but also start the discussion around a change or giving you all the opportunity to change your predictions. The three of you did predict Golden Guardians, but now that we're at 2-2, I wonder if, you know, based on what you've seen so far and the way that the current momentum is swinging, are any of you willing to flop or thinking that TSM is actually going to be the team to take it?
Nah, I mean, I thought this would be a 5-game series. I didn't think it would be like this. I had hoped that it was like TSM playing through bot lane and beating down FBI and Huhi in lane, but it does seem like they're just crushing Hanser in lane, and I think that's fine, but I stick with Golden Guardians because Broken Blade is still extremely inconsistent, and if TSM's win condition is we're going to get top ahead and we're going to hope Golden Guardians fight us at Herald, I don't think that's like their own fate deciding it, so I'd still give it to Golden Guardians because they're being more, you know, proactive and stuff, and I think they have a little bit more flexibility in their draft.
I'm flipping.
Yeah.
Ooh!
TSM.
See ya.
All right.
Bye.
Crumbs is hopping over to TSM. Mark, where are you in this conversation?
For people who don't know, my brother is a Catholic priest, and so he and some of his friends are watching, and I was asking, you know, who are you guys expecting to win? He was Golden Guardians personally, but a lot of them, he said, were TSM fans. So I think God is on TSM side. So I'm going with Crumbs. I'm hopping over the line back to TSM. I think they'll take this with the momentum.
Yeah, I'll take God's side here, too.
Yeah, Mark and Crumbs are going with God.
God is a TSM fan officially.
Either way, we're going to Silver Scrapes. And so we'll have the conclusion to our Best of 5 series right after this. Enjoy.
Hello and welcome back to the show. It's the climactic Game 5 here between TSM and Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians were set for the 3-0 sweep, and the TSM took 2 fairly convincing wins in a row. And the question is, who's going to be better in Game 5?
The biggest question for me is, what are the draft adaptations? Because I do think that TSM, it took them 5 losses in a row to do it to Golden Guardians, but they have changed things up. They're figuring out ways to get advantages through playing through Broken Blade, trying to pick on Haunter. They have figured out how to, at the very least, neutralize the bottom lane. It is not monumental advantage from FBI and Muhi as it was in the series. And importantly, over the last 2 games, they have taken FBI off the true carry threat. He has been locked on Senna, and it is the Caitlyn ban again. I want to see Golden Guardians ban Ashe. Please do not go to the same draft you just lost on, 3 times in a row. And they are not banning out the Ashe. It's going to be an Ashe pick, almost guaranteed for TSM. If Golden Guardians go to Senna again, I will be so disappointed, honestly. I feel like TSM have really kind of figured it out. Yes, Golden Guardians can, of course, beat them. There we go. Thank you. A different pick. It is not the Senate. This is something that is going to give you agency. Will TSM be able to adjust as far as the support pick to protect this Ashe? That is going to be the question, because with Kalista, especially if it is paired alongside something like the Thresh or the Leona again, that can be a very aggressive all-in style against the Ashe, similar to what Golden Guardians tried to pull off in the previous game, but with more lane agency, with more ability to snowball. And going back to the Nidalee again, despite the fact that it is going to be against the Ball Bear, more of a stable pick, this is the same first 3 from TSM last game, but I like the Golden Guardians champions a lot more against it.
Yeah, they've got some real frontline, which is important for the team fighting overall. You're not playing, squishy backline damage, which is what Nidalee's going to be doing a lot of here. I'm curious if Thresh comes through or some kind of different team fight answer. It looks like Kennen's going to be the pickup here. Wow. Still a magic damage team fight answer. Has some early bullying against Renekton because you're ranged, of course. That can get dicey in the mid game when he starts to get some more attack damage. But flank TP is going to be the name of the game for Haunter this game.
And we'll see how he can perform, because his last Kennen game, if you remember, was against CLG. He had a monstrously strong game, a 9-kill Kennen game where he absolutely ran over CLG. So he can be very threatening, and it is one of his most played. He is 3-1 on the pick throughout this split, so is tied, or at least was tied coming into this series with Mordekaiser and Renekton for his most played champions. Of course, he will play those, so those will be ahead now. Yep, but I'm really curious to see what the pairing is going to be. Is it going to be something new, something spicy, or is it going to be more of a standard, Thresh style pick? With the Morgana ban, I feel like that's a little bit weird for TSM. If you ban Morgana, then they can just go Thresh and you kind of self-ban the counter because they have the next pick. They may be willing to just go towards a Tahm Kench, and if you're okay with that, then sure, that's fine, right? You can go towards the TK and play that defensive style, but you will be ceding pretty much all control in that 2v2 if you're going to be playing with the Tahm Kench. The Lucian ban coming out, trying to target some of those solo laners. Damonte has brought it out in the past. We saw also Golden Glue playing it yesterday, so...
Okay, and they're going to blind the Syndra. They're going to wait on support and go for counterpick. With Morgana gone, I actually thought we were going to see Thresh. I thought we were going to see that come through and say, okay, we're ready to go. Like, Kalista Thresh, great duo. We can bully. You can play to us. Let's do this. Like, no. We're going for lane dominance in the mid lane. We're going to have magic damage deletion coming through. I think they're trying to bait Tahm Kench in and say, look, pick this against Syndra. It'll keep your teammate alive, and they want to bully a Tahm Kench in lane.
It's definitely possible. Zilean is unbanned, and Bjergsen's going to go right back to it. This is one of his most played all time. He is really well known for this, draws so many Zilean bans, has been monstrously good on it throughout his entire career. A 72.4% win rate across 29 games. He has a nearly 10 KDA as well. Bard is more kind of like, I don't want to get counterpicked, and if you're worried about the Thresh because you think they could go Tahm Kench and get an advantage, this does go okay. But my issue with the Bard compared to something like the Thresh is it doesn't really have the same kind of reliable defensive utility, right? And I think that TSM is basically saying we're going to depend on Bjergsen to be able to keep the Ashe alive. But the amount of dive that is here is really threatening in the 2v2. Bard plus Ashe, with Pantheon, or even if they went to the Thresh, I think Thresh is great. Like, this is a very threatening 2v2. You could easily die to this as either Doublelift or Biofrost. And if your bottom lane loses this game as TSM, there is not a Bjergsen Orianna to just like take over the team fights as far as the damage output is required. He's not on Azir, he's not on Orianna. Zilean needs people to buff up. He needs someone strong to make stronger, right? If you have this like little weak rat and you're giving him the res, it doesn't matter, he's just gonna die again. So Doublelift has to do well in lane to kind of be that worthy target of getting buffed up and sped up and res, you know, if Golden Guardians do dive in and kill him.
And this is a matchup that's going to be interesting to watch for here. I would say Zilean is a bit of a counterpick into Syndra. We talked about Tahm Kench, where you see the ult come in, you chomp him away. Zilean just does that thing by ulting the target and saying, well, the damage is coming in, we're just going to revive them, we're going to trade ults, and that's going to be okay with us. The double bomb stun versus the Syndra E stun, you know, that's going to play out down the line, but you really can ruin a lot of the Golden Guardians playstyle. And what might happen here on this side as we kind of wait for the game to play out and wait for the players to load in and for us to get gameplay footage is how kind of AoE can the Golden Guardians team fight be? Because single target, he's going to get revived by Zilean. Unless you chain stun Bjergsen from full to dead, whatever is getting targeted is going to get revived back to full HP. And if you blew 4 ults to 1 and got nothing, you lose that fight every time. But if the Cannon ult gets 4 people to 20% health, and then you're ready for the follow-up with the Hurricane Callista, well, now Zilean saving 1 person doesn't matter. The teammates are dead. Doublelift comes back up, and he's like, oh, I'm surrounded. Got it. Okay, I'm dead too for the second time. So I'm very curious what the fights actually look like as the game goes.
I'm also going to be super interested to see if TheYProxy can pull off one of the really kind of strong defenses of the Bard against him, because you can do that flexibly ult him, right? If you can spot him coming in for a team fight and actually ult him before he can get in on top of your team, that can buy you time to create space and actually back up from that cannon, disengage out. And you have to remember that similar to how the Caitlyn Bard combo works, you can do the same thing with Zilean. You ult someone and you drop 2 bombs on their head, they come out, they both immediately catch the same person, you let get on, you take that damage. So if you do get hit as you're trying to fly in with the Aeon Cannon by that Bard ultimate, it is a very easy turn onto that guy.
I believe there's an interesting asterisk interaction here, because this is my recollection of seeing Bard, Zilean, Thresh in the same game. If you are Bard ulted and a Lantern's down, if you're spamming right click and you're in range of the Lantern, you will grab it in time. I think you may still be stunned, but you will actually fly out. I believe that is like, there's just like the frame allowed to click that lets you in. But yes, I mean, you know, stopping the cannon engage is going to be very important. I'm also curious if there's going to be a lock-in in this game who's going to buy it, because there's not a lot of good buyers for it, but it's really good against cannon. Either way, we've got a lot to talk about in this game. It's game 5 of this match, the last game of the weekend here for the LCS, and it's an elimination battle. The loser of this game is done. Their 2020 season is over. Between the 4th and 5th seeds of the LCS 2020 Summer Split regular season, TSM has not made Worlds since 2017. And it would be another year on that mark if they fail to close this one out. On the Golden Guardian side, they won their first playoff series ever 2 weeks ago against TSM themselves, and need to do it again to move on to face Cloud9 next weekend for the LCS's 3rd and final Worlds spot. Cloud9 waiting the winner. We'll see if it can come through. We are onto the ring.
It's just going to be so exciting, and I agree. There's so many different things I want to talk about.
I know.
We saw Spica have this incredible Nidalee game last game, but we talked about how Nidalee can look if he don't get ahead. Last game he got ahead. It looked incredible. Everything was going his way. We'll see if he can actually replicate that same success this time around. We also have the Bard W start, so he's starting the Healing Shrines, dropped all 3 for Bjergsen in the mid lane. It does equate to essentially, 225 health, thereabouts, maybe a little bit less off the average, 200-ish, but it's a health potion end of it. So it is quite impactful if you can take some of those early trades. Zilean will be expected to get pushed in early on, and it can be actually pretty hard to farm on Zilean. As you do get more levels, it becomes pretty simple when you have more mana. You can just double bomb the backline and one-shot that. But the early laning does take quite a bit of practice to actually farm effectively. Bjergsen obviously one of the best in the business at playing this champion though, and then we just gotta watch this bottom lane, because FBI on Callista, this champion is one that really can take over, that can dominate a game, and they have this kill style lane against the Ashe and Bard, who are going to be very much on the back foot, who are going to have to seed the push. So I want to see if with FBI off of the Senna, can he just run over this game? Can he get them that bot lane advantage and snowball the dragons and secure his team's spot in there?
It is, of course, the early game for the Kalista build. Halo late, you sometimes see lethal tempo. Not surprised to see Kalista go for a lane dominant rune. You pick the champion to win lane. Thresh can do kind of all of it. Thresh is obviously very good overall as a champion, so we'll see if the early trades can go well. Doublelift is running cleanse, because if you get hooked by Thresh, you're probably just dying to Ignite plus Kalista combo, so it makes sense there, even though you're not against an Ashe, as he picked it himself, but something to watch for. But it also means that his, bursty healing is going to be lower if there's ever a cannon flank or something. But look at this, top lane focus from TSM. They have pushed Haunter entirely off the wave. He is bleeding farm. He might let him get XP on the cannon. I think just barely walked in range of that one, finally level 3, but so much danger. He's still got to be afraid of this one. They're going to maybe go for it. Looking for a javelin maybe, finally sidesteps it, but Haunter is bleeding gold and bleeding XP from Speak and pathing topside.
And I love that they didn't overcommit to it. We'll see if Golden Guardians actually do commit to this dive. It looks like they want to. They're TPing in. It's level 2.
It's a play we saw a game ago. Is it going to be enough for the kill? It is! And who he flashed out of turret range. But Closer is on the wrong side of this fight. He's going to be easily claimed. The Lantern! Oh! You gotta be freaking kidding me! Closer's gonna live! They get first blood, and Broken Blade TP'd down, so Haunter gets to get the lead topside.
Closer has single-digit health. That is insane. I'm not sure if they were trying to give that over to Ashe or not. Let's watch this one more time. This is level 3 on the jungler, on both the bot laners against level 2 here. So not a lot of ability to outplay. BioFrost not able to flash that, so he does flash late and then goes down. And then did Broken Blade stop hitting him? Broken Blade missed the Q. So now he's just trying to guard.
He's trying to block the Lantern. Auto once.
Yeah, and he missed the slice as well.
Late.
Oh no, I think he just needed to actually go for the straight up kill instead of trying to fiddle around with the Lantern there. If that Q landed, that is a kill. That is double buffs going over, and that is, maybe not worth it anymore for Golden Guardians. In this case, all that great work that they did up on the top side, zoning Haunter off of everything, is now kind of for nothing because Haunter has TP advantage and is up in farm, and now 3 mana for Bjergsen.
And Bjergsen's low on mana. Easy Sun gonna land. Who he gonna go for the hook? He's gonna force a flash out of Bjergsen. Flashes the long way. Not gonna go near Closer for a Q flash. That could have been a possibility going over the wall instead. So flash burn for the roam, and Golden Guardians. So many times in this split this year, they have had a great early game, and a lot of the times they have failed to close out. In the series against TSM so far, they have had some stumbles in the early game, but late game chuckling has not usually been their problem here. They know where he is, but slightly off. With the sweeper, BioFrost was spotted, didn't know it, and who he sadly guesses a little bit wrong in the distance.
Very, very close there. But yeah, it's so interesting because, as you say, that has been their MO. Incredible early game, but maybe they're going to throw in the mid. That has been the Golden Guardians that we have seen. And throughout this series, it has actually been the opposite. They have been losing the early games to TSM, and TSM in the first 2 games wasn't able to close out. It was actually Golden Guardians that had the superior playmaking and the superior execution down the stretch. This time, it is back more to that kind of standard play that you were expecting out of Golden Guardians. They have an early game advantage. We'll see what they can get done with it. And thankfully for TSM, the first blood went to the Thresh, so it's not nearly as bad as it could be. Bjergsen has the early catalyst completed. This is always a great item purchase when you're playing this matchup specifically. You do like to stack a little bit of health. Give you the HP to get through any potential initial upfront burst. You can survive to get that ultimate off. And Closer's down here again, so they may actually just be going for the rinse and repeat. He's spotted, but
Bjergsen no TP. Broken Blade no TP. Spica is right now on the top side of the map. So this is going to be a plate taken, and there is no chance TSM can. This is the exact same thing we saw happen to Haunter in the very beginning of the game, saying you are not allowed to play League of Legends right now. Get off the wave, lose the gold, lose the XP. Same happens now to Doublelift and BioFrost, the lane dominance you expect out of Thresh Kalista. So far, so good on this side, as Golden Guardians will knock down another wave. But now, can you dive a second time? Because now Spica must have reacted to this. He must be nearby. Control ward spots Closer. Easy Lantern away. Plate number 2, 1 auto. Now, keep in mind, there's no Lantern to keep FBI safe, but there's no arrow for Doublelift to force the fight.
So this has got to be frustrating, though, for Doublelift and BioFrost. And Closer has definitely been paying a lot more attention to bottom lane in this series than Spica has. Spica has played much more top lane-centric style throughout this series. It has been working out for them. But as a result, there have been a number of times where Doublelift and BioFrost are falling down on farm, and Doublelift is having to seed waves, not because he's missing them or anything, but because Closer is there posturing. Closer has been really good with his pressure on the bottom side throughout the games, and really trying trying to play that role of a facilitator. He is not on the carry this time. He's going to be playing tank Volibear, so he's got to enable his lanes. That is his job. When compared to the Nidalee needs to be super strong and power farming and doing all these things. Closer just wants to get the control.
He's going to do so with the blue buff handoff right there as Damonte gets the expected pickup there. Going tier, so another Archangel's pickup here on the mid lane. Going for more raw AP. It's more burst overall. It's certainly more sustained damage in a deep fight to get multiple spell rotations off. And also it's more defensive. It's just a little bit worse on wave clear, which, to be fair, did get nerfed in the most recent Cinder nerf. So we may see that pay out in some ways if he can't keep the lane under control. Rod of Ages not too far away from here. Just needs the combined cost. Top lane shoved in. Hanser overall down a bit in farm, and that is with a TP out of the lane from Broken Blade. With him coming down the bot lane, Hanser is still going to be down in farm and Broken Blade. Sitting for Brush Trap as well. Auto, Q, one more auto tries to get empowered stun. He's going to get this one soon, and that is big damage. Burns the ulti for this one as well, so Hanser has to ult for the stun, but he does not have a good way out of this one. Will finally walk away. Spellbook over to Ignite, burns that one as well, but Broken Blade taking a lot of map control.
Yeah, good job by Broken Blade, and since the TP is down, it's actually very worthwhile. He did lose an entire wave to do it. I wonder, I actually think if he just popped ultimate on his first auto, I think he actually forces flash. And that's something that is fairly minor, because generation as well as on that ultimate. Hanser was down to what? Sub 10% I think that actually is the difference. In forcing out that summoner. He did pop the ultimate after using his entire round of spells, so as a result, not going to quite have the damage to get that out, but it's still a good play. He takes down the second plate up on that top side, despite TPing away from lane. The pressure that Spica and him are putting up there is very, very good. So it's kind of just that split map style, right? Volibear puts his pressure down on the bot side, puts Doublelift behind, and Spica putting his pressure up on the top side, trying to put Doublelift behind.
It's a little bit of a battle of different styles here as we talk about the bot lane focus of Golden Guardians. 2 plates there, the first blood, the extra pressure to force some CS dropped, 11 CS difference here as we crest almost 10 minutes into the game. But similar on the top side, of course. Broken Blade a level over Hanser right now, 2 plates to himself. Though there's no kill on scoreboard, there was some jungle pressure from Spica to make that one a bit lopsided as well, and it means the gold is pretty close. 200 separates these teams. More farm from Spica in the jungle, level lead from him as well over Closer. Double is having to play the lane very defensively, doesn't have a support just yet. Volleys for 21 gold. Golden Guardian still trying to deny farm from Double from the bottom side.
Yep, had to wait for Biofrost to get back. Biofrost is not going for Swifties or Mobies, so very atypical on the Bard. You almost always will see that, but he feels like if he gets CC'd, he's going to die, so he's going for the Merc Treads here. More defensive option, less about the roaming, of course. Does get hooked up.
Merc Treads of a bit of value here as he flashed over. Could it be enough? Could it be enough? 2 more autos to get the kill picked up. Nicely done. Despite the Merc Treads, the CC chain is too much. Ignite goes over the top. Exhaust is not enough. And Golden Guardian's got another kill in the bottom lane.
TSM really misplayed that. The exhaust was super late. Doublelift never arrowed to peel. I'm a little bit confused, honestly, as to how they let that happen. I mean, great hook by Huhi and good execution to actually get that kill, but that feels like that should not be a death. That should be a summoner force.
Well, it's going to be top lane first turret of the game. The Herald was picked up from top lane pressure, from mid lane pressure, and a lot of money goes over. TSM feeling really comfortable around top side. Golden Guardians feeling comfortable around bottom side. They've knocked the turret plates down. They will get this Drake as well. But top lane is still under fire. No one is bailing out Hanser. And this turret could fall as well. Plates are still on. Doublelift is in a 1v3. Here comes the bear. He certainly don't care. And Doublelift's health bar is gone. There is no way you should really be there, to be honest. And that's going to be a turret in the top side, a turret in the bottom side. It kills the bot lane. It's objective to the top side.
I mean, it's a gold lead for TSM at the end of the day, but the question is, can you get enough out of your top lane to make this worth it? I just think top lane is so much weaker in the general meta. They do force a flash onto Damonte. It's much easier to win a game off of a really fed Krista than it is off of a fed Renekton. That's kind of how I feel about the current state of League of Legends. So, we'll have to see if TSM can kind of disprove that. But that's really what it is, right? The gold lead is in TSM's favor, but the gold is in very different places. You're going to have Doublelift, who's kind of worthless on this Ashe because they're getting focused so heavily. He is getting killed off, and FBI is going to be mega strong.
300 gold difference in this game. Mid lane difference is a plate and 12 CS. Jungle difference is about 4 camps right now, but otherwise it is very stratified. Hanser is very far behind. Not missing a ton of XP, but be fair, neither is Doublelift as Broken Blade comes in for the play. He wants to kill FBI, forces the flash right away. Re-engage not going to be very good either. Lane's not going to be much. A hook on to Bjergsen. I don't think they can one-shot him though. They find the stun. It's not going to matter. He's got Merc Treads as well. Merc Treads on 4 members of TSM. If they can't be stun locked, they won't die. They've got Bjergsen to answer, so no problems there. A lot of summoners lost on the Golden Guardian side. A flash with Callista is an easy target.
So Broken Blade making the roam, trying to spend his gold to put pressure on that bottom side because they took down both the top lane turrets. So it's kind of like, what do you do now as the Renekton? You're not going to be able to be safe pressuring the inhibitor tower at 13 minutes into the game. So he can push the wave or he can try to permanently freeze. I honestly think you're not going to be able to get much done on the bottom side until Dragon spawns. So I would actually prefer to see Broken Blade just set up a freeze and just hard freeze the wave up on that top side if he can and try to extend his revenge that way. Because it is very difficult otherwise to kind of force your will on that bottom side. And then once the Dragon spawn, then move down there and try to get something done with what you hope is this super strong Renekton.
Bjergsen cleaning out waves as best he can. Monte's doing the same as the roam towards mid happens. Bjergsen TP-less, used it to get into the mid lane. He's going Glacial, by the way, so he's going to go towards some team fight setup over time. The big slow fields are going to feel pretty nice. A lot of slows on this squad overall, as the boots have not really come in for a lot of Golden Guardians. None at all on Closer. No upgrade for Hanser. Otherwise, no mix down there. We'll see what comes through as 300 gold difference stays the stage.
Look at Ashe right now. I mean, he just has an uncontested push, and you can't actually siege onto Zilean. So right now, I don't really like the play from Golden Guardians because they've left a free farming Ashe to to get turret damage and actually close the CS gap up a little bit. And meanwhile, they're doing nothing top because there was no Rift Herald up. You can't pressure Zilean really unless you can just one-shot him under tower. His wave clear is pretty much infinite. We'll see if Hanser can do anything to punish Doublelift here, but for now, the last little bit, definitely TSM got more out of that. Doublelift is still down in farm, but he is down much less. TSM looks like they want to try to pressure the mid lane turret. Well, now Golden Guardians do have FBI up on that top side. They're going to Herald. They're going to try to take that top lane tower down and continue injecting more and more gold into FBI.
And look what TSM is getting. They're going to walk forward. They're going to land the bomb. This is almost certainly going to be a kill. The bombs are down. Goodbye. Big damage there on the Damonte. Has a lantern, but the bomb is on his head, and he's going to die anyway. And the mid lane turret falls all the same. You may have gotten a Herald, but what does it do but turret damage, which TSM already got in the mid lane. They're getting it in the bottom lane as well. Didn't even have the cross-map arrow. TSM at 15 minutes playing better League of Legends.
Yeah, they're just moving around the map and getting way more. It's like, okay, so we talked about Renekton as our super fast player, and Callista is super fast player. Callista is 1v0, right? Callista is farming against minions up in the top lane. Ashe can do the same thing. Whether you're 0 and 100 or 100-0, your champion can still kill minions. And they're taking the power points that they have, TSM, and they're moving towards mid lane. They're using the Renekton to try to tower dive, to pick off Damonte, and I've got to give credit to Biofrost because that was 2 straight ults in a row on Damonte. First got the flash. That time he didn't have flash. So they kill him off. They take the tower, and TSM getting a lot more out of this last little bit, trying to catch up Doublelift and trying to extend the lead elsewhere.
800 gold lead for TSM. See if they can keep that one going or how much the map can be split up. Have yet to see a team fight with the Hanser ultimate. Rift Herald summon into the mid lane, but Bard does not have ulti, so he cannot immune the charge. It will at least deal about 2,500. There's a flash engage towards Bio. The hook is just in time to play as well. And a kill on the board and just in time because, hey, by the way, it's Drake number 3. Broken Blade has the ulti up in a few seconds, and he's on a flank position. Jungler is alive. Spica is there with a level lead to boot over the opposing jungler. Closer will have his work cut out for him for the smite, but thankfully Callista's on the board here as well. TSM fighting over wards, but will they fight for the smite? They're going to try to walk around. Javelin's going to come in, not going to be contested. Drake number 3 in for TSM, sorry, for Golden Guardians, the other team here. And an Infernal Soul really fits the bursty playstyle.
Yeah, that is a huge pick on Biofrost. Got caught slipping in the river there. TSM, I think, were strong enough, more than strong enough even, to really be able to contest that, especially because Hanser had actually gotten poked out. He was relatively low, and without a stopwatch, if you fly in there at 40% HP on a cannon, you're probably just going to die, because he was actually fighting against Renekton on the bottom side and got chunked out. But Closer flashes in. Huhi immediate flash follow. Who else but Huhi? Pulling him out of the portal. Biofrost trying to flash back into it, gets played out of the portal again. Huhi on top of things, and that gets them their 3rd dragon. And that is why it can be so dangerous to play this more scaling style. If you do give up those early dragons and make mistakes, like that around the 3rd and the 4th dragon can be devastating to your chances.
As we saw, Dragon Soul can certainly be defeated. Now looking at Broken Blade. Now it's the Fed members fighting each other. FBI gonna find a slow, gonna keep going for the auto attack. But without Friend, if not the most damage on a low health champion. But the hook is perfect, and the Bard ult only hits 2. FBI was not gold, and Golden Guardians find their 5th kill.
Closer with the thumbs down to his good friend Broken Blade as they take him down. They get the flash ult and kill off him. Very valuable there. TSM do strike back on the other side of the map, but it is going to be so concerning for TSM because one mistake around the Dragon and that is going to be an Infernal Soul going over this team. It's going to allow extra power into this cannon, flying in the backline with that Infernal Soul to make FBI even stronger. He's already so far ahead. I mean, he's 20 CS up, but he's been getting all the kills critically here. He's got 3 kills. With those killing blows, and he is going to be on 2 items very, very soon. If Ballista gets too far ahead and gets that 3 item point, at a really good pace, you often just can't burst Ballista down. Like, you get to the Hurricane plus Death Dance, and you just start life drain tanking everything.
For sure. And we'll see if there's going to be enough damage to stop it, or if we can indeed just drain tank Broken Blade, because Renekton with damage certainly can do a lot to the backline. And Hurricane done like that one. It's a fairly short-range team on TSM. You're going to have Speak in melee range a lot. But I got to point out that the rough gold difference for FBI over Doublelift is about the same as what Broken Blade has over Hanser. In actual gold inventory, FBI is 1,000 over Broken Blade. Right, 7,900 to 7,000, that is a difference. That is certainly meaningful. He is the richest member in this game by a lot. He's got 1,000 over every teammate. In fact, 2,000 over almost every teammate. Demonte, you can see he's almost 2,000 below his teammate AD carry, but he's 1,000 behind Bjergsen. Like, this is kind of FBI versus the world. And sadly, Huhi has 2 of those last hits. It's Huhi with gold, which is not the ideal champ for this. So TSM still with an overall gold lead, and some of the Golden Guardians gold not on the right champions.
But who else would you want that gold on besides FBI? So maybe FBI versus the world, but this is the man that can make it happen. He has made magic happen for Golden Guardians in this split. This has been their best year ever. Win or lose, it's just the fact they have looked more competitive. They won their first ever playoff series. They're pushing TSM to the brink here, maybe going to eliminate them in this Game 5. And FBI has been one of the best marksman players in the league. It is an exciting time for Golden Guardians right now, and if you're able to make that carry play happen for some of the legendary marksman players, Doublelift, that is extremely impressive. That is extremely rewarding for this guy. Sure. Bjergsen is incredibly strong himself. You know how many games he's carried on stage, and he has a lot of gold himself here too. He's got the 2 items quickly. He has the Super Soaker. Next up, the OP now.
Oh, he's going.
He's looking.
He thinks it's a play. He thinks it's a flash and a chase down. Flash is traded on both sides. Double bomb coming back up soon. Ulti coming across, big stun, but not enough to get the kill. Sidestep, Tempered Fate stays alive. If Bjergsen a bit low, makes ulti targets a little bit more difficult. Just weathering down that champion can be useful, but Nidalee here for sustain. 50 seconds on Infernal Soul. Flashless Syndra, flashless Zillion. Syndra ult should be up right about in time to fight Great.
And we'll see if the Syndra is going to be the more vulnerable. I do expect Demonte to be more at risk of actually getting destroyed. Get on top of him, and he has no flash. Phase rush may not be enough to save you. While Doublelift isn't strong, you can just kind of turn your focus towards Broken Blade as Bjergsen and be speeding up and throwing bombs on Broken Blade to add the additional damage in there, reviving this really strong Renekton. But Broken Blade hasn't based in a long time, it feels like, so I imagine he has more gold than he has spent, but Demonte in trouble.
Finds a stun. They go in for Bjergsen here as well. Sees he going to come across, so it's not going to land. Here comes the teleports. Here comes the play. This could be the deciding moment because Dragon Soul could close it out as Huhi walks in. Lands in Hanser, tries for the play. Teleports to run, but they're going to find 3 stuns. Bjergsen ults himself. How about the re-engage? They force out the Zillion ult. They're going to let him revive. Closer very low, forced to flash away. Can they find the re-engage? Asher are going to land. Stopwatch buys time. Hook is going to catch Bard. Ulti coming across. They will knock down Bjergsen. 4v5 on the map. FBI low needs to find some raptors or some wolves to lifesteal off of, and he will do that. Again, 5v4 on the map. No flash, no TP, no ult. No way for Bjergsen to get back into the fight. If Golden Guardians have the health bar, they can take this Drake. There's even a single Ocean Drake for minor regen. jumping over the wall. Smite up for both junglers. Level 12 to level 10. Spica favored. How about the tongue? How about the stun? How about the blast plant over the wall? Can they force this one away? Hotshot reveals the Drake is getting low. Again, Infernal Soul for Golden Guardians, and Spica lands the javelin. They land. Oh, that is a troll ult. He's gonna kill himself before the smite. Biofrost, who are you working for? No chance at a spite steal, and Spica dies for nothing.
Biofrost just ulted the dragon as Spica hit the spear and was going in with the potential Q smite execute on what is the soul for Golden Guardians. What is that call?
You press tab and you ping that red circle next to Biofrost's name. Tempered Fate, 87, 86, 85, 84 seconds. Why did you cast that spell? Do you not have voice communication to say, I'm going for the steal, let me go for this one? There's a world where ulting first is better, and a world where ulting is not the play. They chose to do both, and it was catastrophic.
Yeah, that was rough. I mean, he actually hit the cube, right? So he can count to that dragon potentially and just burst it down, but who knows? I mean, he might not have got in it anyway. Broken Blade, though, can pick on in the side lane, and who he looking for the hook. So this is going to be rough now for TSM, right? The soul is gone. 23 minutes. That would have been a critical steal had they been able to get it. We have to remember there's no guarantee he would have. They did lose that fight previously, to it. Bjergsen got taken out. They were trying to fight their way out of it, but Doublelift and Biofrost were very low, so it's mostly on Spica and Broken Blade. Let's watch this one more time. So it hits the dragon, and he wants to go in, and that is just straight up. Yeah, I mean, that is just straight up a miscommunication. That looks so troll. Right as your jungler is blast coning in after hitting the spear, and he's gonna look, he even has flash. So he could even flash Smite Q for a really big amount of burst there. I don't know if he would have got it, but he would have had a shot, which could have potentially had them in a much better spot in this game, because now they're at a big disadvantage.
2-level lead for Spica, Bjergsen feeding him a bit of XP. So the Smite lead is there once again, Baron on the map. And I gotta point out again, because it is worth reiterating, Dragon Soul is not guaranteed win. It is certainly effective. It is certainly helpful. It's more damage. You never turn this one down. It's obviously useful. But look, if you're gonna one-shot Bjergsen anyway, in a stun combo, it doesn't do all that much at the end of the day. If they're one-shotting you, it's offensive stats, not durability. There's a chance here as well. They're trying to now play around the vision, going again for this Baron, going to try to burn this one down. Broken Blade is in the side lane with teleport up, and Golden Guardians just dealing damage, still burning it down, bleeding through the opposing trinkets. TP not yet used by Renekton, as Huhi burns the movement speed, tries to go in. Again, 2-level lead for Spica, and here comes Broken Blade on the fight. He's there now, TP used, and that is all they're going to get for it. A wave crash in the bottom lane. TSM have control over mid. I mean, the rotations don't change because of Infernal Soul. Only the team fight damage does. So TSM ready to push in, look for more turrets.
I mean, something that you were talking about in some of the earlier games in this series is essentially just the equating of a soul to gold, right? And I think that with Infernal Soul, it's the easiest one-to-one kind of thing. With just saying it's like, this is essentially just equal to extra DP or essentially a boom proc on top, control these different champions. That is very valuable, but it can be understood very easily by saying it's like, oh, that's 800 or 1,000 or whatever gold worth of damage. So it is surmountable, right? To your point, in this position, if you get it out executed, if someone gets picked off, that doesn't always make the difference. That being said, you add a couple thousand extra gold onto the lead here for Golden Guardians. That is looking very good. You consider the 4 dragons worth of stats, an additional for Golden Guardians. That is also very good. TSM, though, looking for an angle here on FBI. Not going to be able to find it, as there was a ward in that side brush.
And TSM have control of the top river again. They can, force face checks. You're seeing the Sentinel come through from the Callista. Biofrost is going to walk around to the side. It's going to get autoed once, going to get autoed twice. Double gets 10 gold, but there was no vision whatsoever anywhere near the Baron pit. Thankfully for them, there is a ward that shows 3 of TSM. They know what's happening. They're going for Bjergsen. Here comes the fight. Closer going to kite right back out. They find a hook on a Bard. Not the ideal target, but a big stun means they might force the ulti, and he's not going to revive him. That is a 1-for-0. That is Tempered Fate and Fate's Call. Thrown in. They're not going to find them yet, but the do still gets that kill. And a stun from long range puts Closer at 200 health. No follow-through. Wouldn't have been a good play for Spica. He would die for that jump. He might not even gotten the kill because Closer could flash out of the pounce.
But at the very least, they push Golden Guardians back. So if you just lose the support and they can't actually go towards the Baron, it's not that big of a deal. But Biofrost has got to be careful about his position. He's picked off a lot of time in this game before objectives, before major fights. So he gets them now moving over to this Baron. There's no vision in the area. They're starting this up. FBI's on a recall timing. Golden Guardians have no idea. We'll see if Closer even goes over here to actually check. He is running over. They're going to be able to find out now. So yeah, we'll have to be backing off.
The persistent damage is just so low, honestly. Doublets is on 1.5 items. Because Hurricane, you're itemizing for the AoE damage. The single target attack, it's fine. It's run attacks, but you just don't run it down fast enough. You're missing Bard for sudden healing, and end of the day, yeah, one of your damage sources actually has to tank Baron, and thus deal half damage. Either Renekton or the Nidalee is going to deal half damage there. So end of the day, Blue Trinket saves the day, and look at this, Elder Dragon, it's up in 40 seconds. We've seen Golden Guardians, I think 3 times in a row, find a single pick and get out safely, and that has led to map control each time.
And critically, FBI has those 3 items I was talking about. Death Dance just completed right in the nick of time here. He has gotten 3 items, the Infernal Soul, and they are potentially able to drench the Elder. They are moving up towards the Baron, and this can get complicated on the trades here, because if one team takes Baron and the other team takes Elder, the Baron team can back off and just try to play defensively because that buff lasts longer. So you always have to consider the possibility of the trade and also of the Callista Spears for the securing of an objective here. Hauntzer, I'm not sure if they spotted. If they fest check this could be
They had the ward, he finds some damage, it gets healed right back up, Speak is safe. Closer can't find the way in, he's got to be careful, he's getting slowed down. This could be a potential play. Broken Blade building up the rage, hitting the wave in the mid lane. Blast Plant knocked off, blue buff crucially timed, goes to Damonte. Closer is missing some health, he's only at 1500 though, and he starts the Elder Dragon. They're going to start this play. Trinket's used to watch for a flank, no one's down there. Broken Blade waiting in the jungle.